7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Come on in. The water is warm. By texting in 314-399-9646, calling in 314-974-0101, emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And then the YouTube channel is active at youtube.com/TMASTL. That is sponsored by Michelob Ultra. And Doug, they're not happy about Nolan Gorman being on the bench while Mason Winn hit last night in the 10th inning.
Yeah, that was a head-scratcher. Game on the line there right at the end. Winn now 0 for 14 with 7 strikeouts, and they let him hit with Gorman sitting on the bench. I could understand that. I would have thought maybe after a good night's sleep you'd get over it. But that had people scratching their heads last night, I know.
And I saw one of your Twitter burner accounts was active calling for people to be fired.
Yeah, they all need to go now. You lose one of your first 4, and someone has got to pay the price for that. I don't know who it's going to be. The front office, I guess.
They all go today.
Probably the coaching staff as well. You know.
What was the state of social media 2004? Because the Molina at bat, wasn't it in Pittsburgh when the skipper used him?
2004, Yadier Molina. Now, he was on the team.
Was that when he had an at bat, or was it 05? There was an early season at bat. LaRussa used him, and he was hitting nothing. And everybody said, "What are you doing?" And he basically said it was the long play. Like, I believe in this guy. Like, you don't jerk a guy out early in the season if you believe in him. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, actually.
Wow. I want to say it was in Pittsburgh. Yeah. And he let him hit, and everybody, and I don't think there was the uproar, but he responded to it. I remember there was criticism, nothing like social media world today.
When
but
did
he
we start
basically
doing
said,
social media? Was that about 08 or so?
Twitter was like 09 maybe?
Jackson has been on 4chan for a while. And that's migrated now to Tigerboard.
Yeah. All 4chan's traffic has gone to Columbia, Missouri's.
Does Tigerboard ever chime in on non-Mizzou events? Like, would they be calling for Ollie's head?
Depends on the political climate. You know, it shifts. I've been monitoring it, of course, since 2002.
Martin, that was 2006 in Milwaukee. All right, that's from the 309. And I forgot, today being the first day of April, that means Jackson now for the next week has to. It's kind of like Don Corleone, opening scene of The Godfather, spoiler alert, where he has to do favors on his daughter's wedding day. Jackson, for the next week, has to update people who do not have their names saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. He has to change them, and I see there are already requests come. It's like people were waiting for this day, Jackson, and they want to have their name saved.
And I get it, and I'm happy to do it, much like Don Vito with the cat in my lap. I will just continue
cat in my lap, Martin.
Tim, we're going to lose him for the show. I can tell already. He's ready to. He's going to go.
You don't think he did those Adderall key bumps?
No, I'm just nothing against you. I just feel you're going to go full clerical because you've got tending to do with these names. I've seen this happen before, where we lose you to office work.
Well, I just know I'll always be ready when called on.
Okay.
But chime-ins might dwindle.
Oh, well, the chime-ins are cut back.
Yeah. Chime-ins might dwindle, but I'm still available.
Just on occasion, let us know a rejected name. I would like to know.
Well, if it's going to be rejected, it means it probably couldn't have been said on air.
It's not a bad observation. I got to tell you, he's starting off pretty strong.
Whisper it then. Jesus.
Now, what about people who already have names? Do they get to change the names?
Yeah, I'll change it.
Doug, do you have a problem with that policy?
I really don't care.
That is the correct answer.
You want to change your name? You go for it.
Your passion is unmatched.
Seriously.
Well, there's some things I worry about and some things I really don't.
What is something you worry about? Honestly, I don't know if I can name something.
Today I got to go home and plant some trees before the storms come. I'm worried about that. I don't want to shovel. Yesterday, I spent hours replacing screens because I took some hail bumps in the storm. So I had to redo a bunch of screens. That I worry about. Not happy about that.
I respect that. Yeah, the next 5 days, Martin, not optimal from the weather standpoint. We're not going to see this sun again until Monday, Jack. Wednesday, 80% thunderstorms. Thursday, 65%. Friday, 85%. Saturday, 95%. They're nearly releasing a 5-star play on Saturday. And Sunday, 50%, and the temperature's high is 54 degrees. Monday, the sun comes out, Doug, high of 51.
Okay. All that rain's why I got to get those trees in the ground. They could use the moisture, Tim.
I wonder, Jackson, being a Ladue guy, has a contact at Augusta by the name of Chairman Fred Ridley.
Yeah.
And considering that we won't be able to leave the home for the next 5 days, I wonder if they would move the Masties up to this week as opposed to next week. Can you put a call into Chairman Ridley, Jackson?
And see, again, the query I'll ask him is, can you move the Masters up because the Midwest is getting a lot of rain and it'd be pretty optimal to just sit and watch the Masters? Yeah, I think he'll go for that.
That's reasonable.
He's very flexible, as you know.
You just call up and say, hey, Chairman, do me a solid.
Well, Augusta, they're like super laid back and chill and easy. They adapt often, you know, so I'll see if I can get that through with the old Chairman Fred.
Thank you. Guys, I saw Doug last night at Sam's shopping for snow tires. Seems like all of his worries are weather-related. That's from the 314. Were you
Had a
at
flat
Sam's?
tire. One of our cars had a flat
Well,
tire.
you were spotted. This was like somebody went burgering with Jerry Burger.
Were you fetid while you were out?
I was not fetid, no. I was just waiting on a tire. It's not easy to get a tire at 6:30 at night. Most of the tire stores are closed. Sam's was the lone one open. Wow. So, yes, I was at Sam's getting a tire.
Jackson, you have a lot of requests coming in.
Oh, don't I know it?
I'm telling you, they are taking advantage of this policy. You can request your new text name, or if you don't have a name saved, 314-399-9646. That is the TMA text inbox, brought to you by Air Comfort Service. The YouTube chat is active. John Scores is saying, funny how everyone was waiting on the loss to start trolling again. LOL. Are people trolling? I didn't know. I think
trolling.
To me, the topic, I actually come away from the whole thing feeling pretty good, honestly. I know I'm not trying to be contrarian, just telling you what I think. Michael is pitching that well. Super encouraging. Lars Nootbaar continuing to rake at the top of the order. Brendan Donovan hits a home run off a left-handed pitcher for the first time. The thing that sucks is what you're getting from Winn and Contreras. And both actually impacted the outcome of the Cardinal opportunities late in the game. Contreras bunting. I didn't mind the play considering whereas Winn is hitting the ball hard, Contreras is striking out. They're both 0 for the season. As Winn observed following the game, we're going through it together, talking about him and Contreras. The difference is he hit in spring. I didn't. The thing that sucks for Winn is he hit, I think, what had to be one of the hardest hit balls of the night, and it was directly at the third baseman for the Angels. Otherwise, that's his breakthrough, and the Cardinals win the game. And so he's going through it, and that sucks, but I'd feel pretty confident that that isn't going to last. Similarly, I would say that's not going to last with Contreras. But to get these kinds of outings from Miles Michaelis, that's encouraging.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that they're trolling. I think anytime you lose a close game, people are going to say, well, we could have done this different, could have done that different. Or if this guy just come through, you're going to get that every game they lose all year.
Walker Baker, your guy Lucan.
Yeah, the delightful gentleman. Pleasant gentleman.
You know, on base 3 times.
Beat one out.
I find it confusing how a guy can sit on a bench for 3 days and never get in, and then when he's in, he's batting third.
I did notice that yesterday. Weird? I thought it was a little odd.
It's fair.
Yeah.
I don't get the lineup construction.
They do worry a lot about right, left.
Yeah.
I do like Nootbaar leading off. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Martin. I did promise Chimins would drop.
Wow. Chimins are back, Tim.
Chimins are back.
Chimins have returned.
Yeah, I like the way Newt's hitting it. I like him hitting lead off.
Yeah, I did too.
Friend of the show. Miles Michaelis, Nootbaar combining last night to play well. Combined on the show.
That was one of the more fun interviews we did down there.
I really kind of wrapped the whole week, didn't it?
Yeah, that was like the last one we did.
How do I know if my name is approved for Jackson's official registry? Is there a notarized certificate? Thanks. That's from the Glendale Grizzly, but he's saved as the 314 right now.
Great question.
Yeah, do you send out like a certified letter?
I say, you got it, hyphen Jack B. That's how I. That's
wow. Jack B.
That's how you know that I said it and that you're in there. So if you didn't,
do you want to go by Jack B?
No, it's just the quickest shorthand.
Oh, you're pressed for time.
But yeah, it's just the.
What about JB, baby? What about JB?
JB works, but I don't want possible confusion if someone doesn't necessarily know my full name. Yeah, this is the Jack B. There's no
Jack
confusion
Black.
on who is texting them back because this is a one-on-one text line. I don't want someone thinking this is, Anthony Stalter or something. I want to make sure they know it's coming from me.
What about Jackson? Just your name.
That would work.
Okay, it's Jack.
I might do that with some of them. You never know. I'll keep you on your toes. But if you don't get that, it means it's been denied, and I've already had to deny a few.
This is what I actually think the lead is, and it comes from the text that is currently and no longer at the top of the Air Comfort Service text inbox. 2 games in a row with no fans. Baseball is dead in St. Louis. Now, that's perhaps hyperbolic, but last night's festivities, record-setting at Busch Stadium. A crowd of 21,206 purchased tickets for the game. Per Derek Gould, that is, by a significant margin, the smallest full-capacity crowd, that is in reference to COVID, full-capacity crowd in ballpark history.
And nobody's surprised, right? Early season and coming off last year, sales are down. What about tonight? More fans at the Blues game or the Cardinals game?
Wow.
Producer Dave, credit to producer Dave at the 2 Fox who said it last night. He said, I bet more fans, not the number, because this is a paid attendance in baseball. 21,000 paid last night. You probably had, 17, 18 maybe. Tonight the Blues will have 18 plus. Mm-hmm. They might have more.
Yeah, they'll probably sell more tickets to the Cardinals, but more people will show up to the Blues game. Would be my guess. Which is kind of sad. It's sad to see that stadium empty. Regardless of what the cause is, it's still sad. Because it used to be, no matter who they played, what time of year it was, they were going to get a really good crowd. And as often as not, the thing was almost packed. It's kind of sad to see it go this way.
Maybe they'll go tonight to see Kyle Hendricks shove.
I don't know that Kyle Hendricks is a huge draw.
He's 14-4 lifetime, Doug, against the Cardinals.
I know.
Every time he would pop up at the Cubs, you'd say, oh, crap.
Off-speed stuff.
The Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club, LLC, we have a think tank, Martin, and we are considering picking him up off the waiver wire because of the matchup.
Just for tonight.
Just for tonight. And then he would promptly be back on the waiver wire, and our think tank would go back to work. We're up against producer Joe's landing strips in week 1. The crowd Monday was the smallest by more than 5,000 off of the previous low. More than 5,000. St. Louis City SC had more at its sellout with 22,423, Derek Gould notes this morning in the Post-Dispatch.
Well, if you were running the Cardinals, what would you do to try to combat that in the short term?
Sign Hellman.
Well, they already signed him. He's in the minors.
Call him up.
Yeah.
Hellman is the key?
You asked me what I would do. I gave you my opinion.
Okay.
But it is a fascinating topic. How often does Big Bill and Bill the Third, owner, team president wants to sell tickets. President of the team wants to make money, pack the stands. Owner is looking at a budget. So now the owner, Mr. DeWitt, says, here's the budget. If you can move some of these expensive guys, let's move them out. And you're the team president saying, God, it's going to be half empty. Isn't that an interesting debate? Probably Tim hitting balls, maybe at Tower T. They talk about this, the DeWitts.
You think they're hitting balls at Tower T?
Well, you don't think so?
The range at St. Louis closed on Mondays. Makes sense.
Yeah, place to go. Putting with Jack B over at Ruth Park. But it is interesting because if you're Bill the Third, you're the business side of it, and you just know, oh, my God, we're going to have a half-empty stadium all year.
And what happens if they, for a couple months, can stay at or near the top of a weak division, and then they decide to trade Arenado or somebody? The fan base is just going to lose its mind.
Well, the Brewers are not tearing it up, Doug. You got that going for you.
Yeah, it's not beyond the realm to think that they could stay in the hunt for a while.
Sharon in Clayton is making an observation from Sanibel. Many peeps are using the cold weather as the reason for low attendance. That's baloney. It's the team, the costs to go, and crime. That's from Sharon in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
Yeah, I think it's all that.
I think everybody realizes it's largely the product, right? I mean, I think in the past we would guess, boy, why aren't there people going, maybe it's I think right now we all know that the fan base is down on the franchise.
I'd be curious, and I guess the real last apples to apples, from my standpoint, maybe you guys would disagree, would be 2019. But even then, that was a team that wound up going to the NLCS, albeit I think it's the weakest Cardinal team that went to the NLCS in the 21st century. And the Nationals certainly displayed that. But 2020, of course, an outlier, COVID. 2021, full attendance was not available. 2022, I wouldn't say is apples to apples because you had the pool situation. And then 2023, a last place season. 2024, still the hangover of that, and they had to kind of backdoor their way to a winning record. So the last time you really could go apples to apples. And so therefore, I'd be curious how much the perception of downtown, which I do think is a reason, whether one likes that conversation or not, I do think that's a real reason. And I feel like, because this question was brought up on QFTA yesterday, Jackson and I doing the podcast following TMA, and felt like anytime we talk about downtown, it's political. And I'm like, you can be left, you can be right. I think you can call a ball, and a strike. Downtown is not a place that people want to go at this moment in the metropolitan area. So I don't view that as a political statement. That's just, at this moment, the way that it is, and how much of that contributes to it. Now, as Chairman Stephen Wildwood pointed out yesterday, well, it's not affecting Blues tickets. So,
or City, yeah. Go.
Or City, as Derek Gould points out in his column.
I think it's a factor if you're on the fence. Hey, I got some tickets to the Cardinal game. I don't know. I don't really want to go down there. But if you're passionate about the Blues, you're excited about a team that's making a playoff push, City has kind of a weird dynamic because it doesn't seem to matter whether they win or lose or draw. Their fan base is fiercely loyal. Mm-hmm. And I think the Cardinal fans are frustrated with Mozeliak and the Winn ownership. We know that. It's pretty well documented. That's if that's the final straw, you're like, I don't want to go. It's downtown. I'll skip it. But if you're passionate about the Blues, you're going no matter what.
I think the City fan base skews much younger than the Cardinal fan base. And,
yes, sir.
And younger folks don't mind so much the threat of some crime happening to them. They don't even think about that, I think, for the most part. But the older crowd does. And if you look around at a Cardinal crowd, that's a significant number of the fan base is older. And I can't tell you how many people in my age group, unsolicited, say, I just don't want to go downtown. I don't feel safe.
Adam took the Metrolink. Remember that?
He did.
Call her out.
Like I said, the younger crowd doesn't mind it.
You're welcome to call in, share your stories. 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. And if you want a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson is over there, and it is clerical season here on April 1st. The first week of the month, Jackson will update text inbox names. Jackson, so far, you've been over there getting a lot of requests. I see them coming in. Percentage-wise of people who don't have names and want names saved, so in other words, they're just phone numbers, and percentage of people that you would say are people with names who want them changed. Doug, like Lou Alcindor, Cassius Clay,
okay,
and then Jill Kelly initially in her career.
I don't know her.
Meta World Peace.
Ron Artest?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I would say 90% are adding a name and 10% are changing a name.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Probably.
Okay.
But we're getting, I mean, Tim, you see it, the more and more the text line, like the list of texters, more people have names, more people are adding it, which is good.
Would you say that if you have a name attached to your account, you're much more likely to have your text read?
I would agree with that.
Yeah. I think it provides some familiarity. You know, this isn't your first time at the poker table. You know, you've been here before.
I got it.
Welcome to Cheese Master Funk.
What
You're
in the
there.
world?
I don't know.
Hold on. Can you clarify that?
Cheese Master Funk.
Oh, that's somebody's name. I thought you dropped a movie reference on us.
No.
Welcome,
I don't know if that movie's been made yet.
Cheese Master Funk.
Yeah.
Patty Nantucket says, hey, Jaxie, can you do me a solid? Please change my text name to, quote, the female listener. That's from Patty Nantucket, Doug. She will now DBA the female listener.
You bet.
Okay.
Sharon and Clayton call her Ellen, the Baldwin beer bitch.
Mm-hmm. Aaron and the Chuck.
Pierce Nipples will all be furious
Right.
with the female listener. Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff, made the observation that exciting players bring fans, exciting young players. And I agree. That's why I was really hoping that they could get that win last night to carry that, on a Monday night. It's the Angels. It's cold. That thing, you knew that was going to be low attendance. But if you can get off to a solid start with like a, let's say, 667 kind of winning percentage, which would be way more than solid, that'd be a hell of a start. when you come back from the road trip that starts this Friday in Boston, you head to Pittsburgh. Maybe you can get things going, certainly with more friendly weather. From the Cardinals standpoint, it's a break that they're heading out of town when this rain comes in for the next 5 days. And then maybe you start to see some momentum. So far, some of the young guys really are performing, and that's super encouraging. Take your pick of who you'd want to go with. Do we consider Lars Nootbaar in the young category?
I'd say.
Martin, I can tell by your facial expression you're put to the test by that query.
He's 27,
Yeah,
so
but
he
I
should
feel
be-
like no. I think 25 is kind of my cutoff.
Yeah, he's right in his prime at 27.
But the pleasant gentleman got his first chance last night, and he had a couple hits, as we noted. And Jordan Walker, I know he's not necessarily hitting extra base hits, but he's hitting .444 through 4 games. And our friend Victor Scott, also known as Youngry Birds, he is off to a hell of a start himself. And by the way, maybe it wasn't close, but on that hard hit ball by Winn in the 8th inning, I thought there was a chance that Scott beat the force play.
Yeah, it was close.
You thought so too.
How
And
did
it
he
wasn't
ever get
reviewed.
down there so fast?
So damn
The ball was
fast.
hit 100 miles an hour.
He was flying.
And it's not like the third baseman messed around. He got it to the second quickly. And I'm like, I was waiting for him to review that. You thought so too, Jackson?
I think he was flying, and I was like, when they called it quickly, I was like, well, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we got it right here.
And there was never any indication of a call for a review. And hey, listen, I'm not saying this is a Dinkinger situation. I'm just making the observation. It's like, holy crap, on a ball hit 100 miles an hour by Winn, Scott nearly beat out the force play. He is fun to watch. That is a guy. And unlike last year, where we were talking about him because he had great appreciation for Ozzie Smith, Vince Coleman, Willie McGee, those 1980s Cardinals. Obviously, he wasn't alive then, but he knew about them and loved that style of baseball. He gets his shot at the major league level and doesn't do anything with it. This time, granted, small sample size, he is doing something with it, both offensively and defensively, and that's the kind of guy that can get people going. I also thought it was of note that Mason Winn said, this time last year I'd be all pissed off, but we've got a good club here and we've got a good energy, and I don't want to be bringing it down by, for lack of a better term, being pissy around the clubhouse. He goes, I know it's coming, and it's going to come in bunches. They made an observation on what he was doing with his swing, and that is what resulted in that rip down the third base line. Just unfortunately, it was right at the third baseman, and that's where they got the force play to end things. Contreras, on the other hand, raked during spring, and he is striking out left and right. 3 more last night for Wilson Contreras, and he is sitting so far on the season 0 for 18 with 8 strikeouts.
It is interesting how moves are not scrutinized if they work. He hit for Walker with Burleson in the 10th. Burleson got a hit. It made sense. Although Walker had a couple of hits in the game. That one you could be screaming at the TV, what are you hitting for Walker? He's a regular now. And then Burleson goes up there and gets a hit. Oh, okay, fine. Not worth scrutinizing.
Yeah, I would think you're probably never going to pinch hit for Walker, and yet they did. And I would think if a guy's really struggling, you would pinch hit for him, and yet they didn't.
Well, they're not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. 4 games in, let's start casting the bronze statues for these young players, who all of which are bound for Cooperstown.
Oh, my word. I'm not sure they have anyone bound. Well, Arenado's probably bound for Cooperstown. Beyond that, probably no one on the roster at the moment.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Ooh,
Well,
good
yeah.
drop.
Yeah, I don't know about Cooperstown
amidst
yet.
clerical
Yeah, a
work.
lot of clerical work over there.
Turn
Jackson
around
is.
but it is a better roster to watch develop because you don't need Brandon Crawford sitting on your bench like they were doing last. They just had a bunch of
Carpenter.
randoms, and like even Matt Carpenter at that point in his career, why not have a bench with some players like Luke and Baker, younger players? I've never understood. It's fair to critique. It's frustrating because you want them to spend more and just go for it on occasion. They're always so pragmatic, and it's frustrating as hell as a fan. But I've never understood like wanting them to lose. I feel there's an element out there, and most said
There absolutely was last year, and I'm not saying that there isn't this year, but I just, having done Balloon Party on 101 last year, more people wanted them to lose because they wanted to see Mozeliak terminated, or Marmol terminated, or both.
But I think some people just take joy in them losing. I told you they're terrible, and it's just no fun for the city. I mean, I'm not holding rights, but isn't it way more fun if the young players do deliver? It's a likable group. I hope that they hit. I don't know. There's reasons to be concerned that it's not a great roster, of course.
Yes, it's much more fun.
But there are people who I think just enjoy them. Like, good, they lost. Oli sucks. Mo sucks. Everybody sucks. Okay.
Well, I think if you're only friends or strangers on social media, you know you can get validation of your existence by getting likes, by bitching about it. So that, I think, is the master's thesis for April 1st, 2025.
And when you see someone else, not just baseball, but anywhere, fail, it tends to give you a feeling of superiority, like, I'm smarter than these guys. I wouldn't have done that. If I was running, it'd be different. See, they don't know what they're doing. I know what should be done. There's some of that, too.
How about the nugget of the night? We're talking about whether Newt is young or old. When Rick Horton said, I think it was Rick Horton who said, the player with the longest tenure as a Cardinal was Ryan Helsley. So I think they're going back to when they first were drafted, just part of the organization.
Okay.
Because number 2, like Miles Michaelis has been here, maybe the longest, 2018. But then he said the second longest tenured Cardinal is Ivan Herrera. And I said, wow, maybe they signed him in 8th grade. But that blew me away, meaning he'd probably been signed 9 years ago or whatever it was. Yeah. Helsley and Herrera are your 2 longest tenured Cardinals.
Yeah, that's hard to believe. And
not in terms of big league
What,
experience.
Arenado's 5th year here?
Yeah, but not in terms of big league service. Just, I guess, as a Cardinal. That seems shocking to me.
I would say Newt Barr is not young, but hungry. So he's not youngry. Doug, that's Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Okay.
He was the Listener of the Year in 2023. And today, Jackson will be sending out the Papal Conclave for the March Listener of the Month. And the first Listener of the Month in 2025 was Pestis and Festus. Who won in February, Jackson?
Who won in February was the question.
That's a delay
For the
tactic.
listener
the
of
YouTube
the
chat,
month.
formerly Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Wow. Okay. Has anybody ever changed their name and they were well established as a brand? Like on this show, you guys all knew that person, and then they said, I'm just going to mix it up like a P. Diddy kind of thing.
P. Diddy.
Oh, like Puff to P. Diddy.
What's Kanye now? Yay or Yez?
Yay.
Or what's he?
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah.
Not too excited.
No, not about him.
That's right.
I don't. Not one that comes right at the top of my mind.
Jackson has to navigate what he calls, Martin, the Hoosier Trojan horse on the TMA fan page on Facebook, in which somebody will enter the fan page representing that they are, what would you describe, a standard functioning human being?
Very Rockwellian, you know. Just like
Rockwellian.
just a normal person.
Rockwell, of course, had Somebody's Watching Me in 1984.
I don't know the years, Tim.
And Michael Jackson actually was on that. And I think Rockwell was Barry Gordy's son. But we're going to do something on that with John Kelly coming up in the 8 o'clock hour on the Stiefel dossier. But you're actually making reference to Norman Rockwell
Yes.
and a family portrait.
Yes.
And that's what they have when they enter the TMA fan page on Facebook. But then once they're accepted, they turn into a deviant.
Yeah.
And that's a Hoosier Trojan horse,
I
Martin.
thought it was a nesting body.
Well, that's different.
Okay.
A nesting body, to be fair,
Welcome to class, Doug.
is more theoretical than actually happening. But I saw what I thought was happening. Like I sniffed it out beforehand.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, like the scene in Hurt Locker with Jeremy Renner. You know, I was over there with the Clippers.
Was that 2010?
I don't know.
I think 09. I think it was Best Picture.
And that was Catherine, was it Bigelow? Bam Bam Bigelow?
Yeah.
I don't know.
She beat out.
was married to James Cameron and then married Bam Bam Bigelow. You're right.
She was married to James Cameron. They divorced, and then she won.
Because she was sleeping with Bam Bam Bigelow.
Don't know. No idea. But I do know that she won Best
Maybe
Picture.
just heavy petting. I'm sorry.
Did he have tattoos all over his head?
I think so. And I think that's what attracted her and left
All right, I gotta look
James
it up.
Cameron.
James Cameron had Avatar, which was the highest grossing movie of all time, but then Catherine Bigelow's ex-wife beat him for Best Picture that year with The Hurt Locker.
Wow, that's a cuck.
Very small budget movie, Hurt Locker defeats Avatar, which is
There's
a
a
corporate
shot.
machine.
Kind of looks like
Yeah.
a Birdman character. Oh, my God.
I would sign up and win Listener of the Month if I knew this guys who shop at Joseph A. Bank wouldn't be looking me up in Ladue News. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
I wear sweatpants and a T-shirt every single day.
You're South City proud of. What do you got, a Hampton?
Enjoy the
going?
Hamptons, baby.
Enjoy the Hamptons.
Is that what your shirt? Well, let me see that shirt.
Yeah.
Enjoy the Hamptons?
And it's like
nice.
Kings Highway and Chippewa and Hampton. Yeah. Not bad, eh?
Tim, are you taking questions? Did Mom's Deli find a landing spot?
Yeah,
Did I see that over the
Yeah, and my South City sources were on it from the get-go, like within a week after it closed, that it was going to go to the place that it's just to the south of Dairy Queen at the corner of Hampton and Eichelberger. Doug, you know that is the DeBerg hangout.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
That's a brazier, please.
Well,
So it's right there by Dairy Queen. I've been to that Dairy Queen.
Yesterday?
Humble brag.
No, it's been years. It's been a few years.
Yeah, I know. It's
I
like
love
Wright's
Dairy Queen.
Tavern. No, Dairy Queen.
Yeah, it's
Brazier.
Brazier, right? Dairy
It is
Queen.
Brazier.
So just shy of what's now Salt and Smoke, but used to
That's
be Del
right.
Pietro's.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
The old barber shops along there.
That's right.
Fear the
It was the
Cavalier.
Bosnian vehicle for a little while there. That's what it took?
Doug, was it a Bosnian vehicle?
What does that even mean?
Yeah, I'm with Doug on that one.
It was a Bosnian restaurant. It was
There was
right
a
there
Greek
next
restaurant.
to the... Wasn't there a Bosnian one right there?
There may have been, but it's replacing a Greek restaurant.
Is
It's been there for a
Bosnian
decade.
food like Greek food?
Call in
We had a lot of Bosnian
314-974-0101.
listeners.
I don't know.
I don't know what their specialty
There's
is.
that Balkan treat box in Webster. That's tasty, is what that
It
is.
used to be Stratton's, Martin.
Oh, yeah, back in that Stratton's Cafe.
That's right. That was the inside STL World headquarters for a couple of years. Yeah, now it's a Balkan Treat Box there in Webster Groves.
And they're inside Energizer Park, which is a mad polling vehicle, Doug.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Not a Bosnian vehicle, a Matt polling vehicle.
Okay.
Are you following all these vehicles?
I'm trying.
Dado's was Greek. I apologize. Did that become, Tim, a Bosnian place? Tumos? Remember Ken Wilson did spots.
Really?
For whatever
Do you
reason.
have a Ken Wilson impression?
Not really, but I kind of hear him like, go see my friends at Tumo. I just remember him talking about Tumo, and it just seemed so random. That and the River City Rascals. Remember Ken Wilson was 220 bats. 220 bats.
I need to find a new HWA so I can make another run at Listener of the Month. Would that story play as well on HD1? Doug, that's from our very first Listener of the Month. Was that January 2023 when we were
just
doing the
don't
show
know
from
the years.
Jamaica, and Jackson shared a bed with Lisa Ann, AVN Hall of Famer? That's Beer Cats. He wants to be Listener of the Month again. Can you be Listener of the Month?
Yeah, different year. Yeah, you can't win twice in the same year, but theoretically,
Jackson's rules.
well, not my rules, but
Well,
theoretically,
who else's rules would they be?
it's the people's rules.
Okay.
I'm just
The
a
founding fathers came up with these rules.
I'm just a liaison.
Okay.
Doug, it all comes together. Dado's serves carrot cake. You got
Oh, do they? 2 pound?
It looks like a 2-pound carrot cake.
Nice.
Do they move? Do they move or they?
I'm trying to figure this out. I can't figure it out.
I got my sock rinsed at Cardwell's in Clayton this summer of '06 from Lawrence the busboy. He made a mean mimosa and could suck a golf ball through a garden hose. Doug, that's the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom with some anecdotes. And, it's funny, 2006, Cardinals won the World Series, so maybe we're coming full circle.
What'd she say right there at the beginning? She got her socks, what?
Rinsed at Cardwell's
I'm
in
not sure I
Clayton.
know what that even means.
Man, I hate a wet sock.
Never mind.
What does it mean?
You ever had to get your socks wet? It's brutal.
Yeah.
It sucks.
And that happened to her at Caldwell's?
It just reeks of public
Cardwell's?
pools.
Okay, the new spaces in the Dado's.
That's right. So Mom's Deli's back. It's not open yet.
So
but
the
it's back.
Dado's menu I'm looking at is no longer. Did they move? Doug, do you know where
I
they
believe they shut it down after about a decade in business. So
Okay.
they had a nice run.
So now the DeBerg people will go to Mom's Deli.
I would think. I wonder how this will impact the Brazier store at the corner of Hampton and Eichelberger.
Oh, I wouldn't think it hurt that.
I'll be writing a piece on my Substack.
blog? Tim's South City blog.
South City business blog. Guys, when you just said Bosnian vehicle, all I could think of were early 2000s used BMWs cruising down Lime in Adidas tracksuits. That's from Carlos Spicy Wieners. Can we go back to Piddles and Lisa Ann? That's from the 314. Jackson, you want to talk about it?
What was the question again? Sorry.
Oh, you really are
You slept
lost.
with a porn star.
I did not. That part is not true. I slept in the same bed as a former
But by
porn star.
definition, You slept with a porn star.
I mean,
Answer the question.
It's some nice tweaking of the English language, but I slept in the same vicinity as.
Were you in the same bed?
Yes.
No further questions?
Yeah. You may step down.
All right. Well, I'll go back to my
It's the
seat.
literal meaning of the phrase.
Right.
You slept with her.
Right. But because we know where people's minds go.
You could also say you slept with everyone else in the hotel because they were in the same building.
So you and I slept together?
I guess we could have.
No further questions?
Yeah. I like how the
Jackson
segment's
wins.
developing.
Can I ask you a question, Jackson?
Yes, I'd love to take questions.
Is it possible to do the clerical later so that we get you as part of the show? I miss you right now. I feel like we've lost you. You feel an obligation.
I'll lock back in. Let me lock back in.
All right. No,
I'm
you
back
feel
in.
an obligation to knock those out. I get it.
I want to stay ahead of things.
I see.
Yeah, you fall behind in a text inbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a policy that's a tough policy, but you stick to it. You change the names in the first way. It's not really changing the names. You said it's 90% people
Yeah,
just
adding.
wanting names.
Yeah.
Jackson's summer basketball coach, is he new?
Sounds new. Well, let me throw him on there. It's been some pretty decent.
It's already on there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Look at me.
Rusty
Working-
Pecker.
Yeah, that was a new one today. That was a new one. There's 2 Rusty requests. Just Rusty, and then, of course, Mr. Rusty Pecker.
Doug, watch this. Vusty, European Vacation, 1985. When did that scene take place? Well, they were on top of the Eiffel Tower wearing berets, and Clark W. Griswold had Blake Lively's older brother. Who knew?
Really?
He was the one wearing the beret to the dismay of the French girl. And that's how, unfortunately, a dog died because he threw his beret off the Eiffel Tower and the dog followed it.
Oh, no.
And that was actually a real scene. And
Yeah, I'm sure it really happened.
Peter was furious at it. Hey, Doug, can you still get the DQ Brazier Sunday at the Brazier? You sound like an ass. That's a big time.
I just get a medium vanilla cone when I go to Dairy Queen.
Martin, you feel like, is that on brand?
Well, if they don't have a side of dried out chicken, you should probably get a vanilla cone.
Yeah, medium.
And then Doug says, can I see the nutrition on the back of that, please?
That's like my dad. My dad says he's an ice cream purist.
What's that mean?
Vanilla, chocolate, or strawberry.
Yeah, that's all
Doesn't
you
stray.
need.
I thought you eat bunny tracks.
That's
Well,
mostly
those are
just
special
chocolate.
occasions,
Yeah,
Tim.
that's mostly just chocolate.
It
isn't it?
sounded like there was a special occasion every evening for a few months.
Well, there was. As long as there was some in the freezer, it was a special occasion.
Would you eat it right out of the
Oh, God,
the-
yeah. Who's got time to scoop it into a bowl?
But don't you feel extra fat doing
Yeah, because
that?
you eat twice as much when you eat it right out of the carton.
Oh, man.
Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company, and the business has been around for 4 generations. You run into issues with your heating and cooling service. All you got to do is go to designairservice.com. That's designairservice.com, and they pride themselves on tending to it very quickly at Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's why I have been a happy client now for a decade. So is Doug. Martin's a client, and Design Air is the longest running TMA sponsor going back 10 years. Online at designairservice.com, sponsor of our email today. Jackson, if I may ask you what's coming up on our Stiefel dossier today.
John Kelly will join us at 8:15.
Blues hockey, wingy tonight.
Yeah, the Blues want wingy tonight. Debut of Jimmy Snipes.
Snipes.
Good to see him. That'll be cool. Design Air Heating Cooling email today. And just mixing it up.
Chopping it up.
Every minute in between.
Chopping it up.
There'll be some chopping. There'll be some breaking down.
You have fun with audio?
I got some audio. I got some.
What about a Cardinal Corner? Do we have a Cardinal Corner today?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, we got some good stuff.
Wow.
Tune in if you
Tune
aren't
in.
already.
Stay
Doug,
tuned.
if you weren't buying, now you are.
Yeah.
Don't touch that dial. Did you ever
won't.
say that, Doug, for a sports show when you take a break? Don't touch that
I
dial.
like that.
Put down that remote.
Larry Sanders had no flipping, for those of you who appreciate what I consider to be
Well,
the
Tim, there's a
greatest
college
television
hoops
show.
corner as well.
What do you got in college hoops corner? You going NCAA women's tournament?
No, I just some.
Can I read it?
Sure.
Haley Van
I
Lith,
know, I don't
her
wanna
time
ruin
is over.
Yeah, she's done.
Jackson doesn't like when I give away the
Well, you
quizicals.
iced the question.
Well, no, I think it's just
Well, you could read any question in a certain cadence, and it's going to sound silly.
you know.
Oh, wow,
you think it's in a
Martin.
mocking face. He's a little
Not
perturbed.
mocking, but you're very good at. It's a subtle. It's very subtle. Got to wake up pretty early to fool me, Martin.
How early?
4:15.
For you fellas, do you prefer a Final Four with a Cinderella underdog to root for? Or are you more into this kind of Final Four where the 4 best all year get to battle? Great question. We'll get to that at 8-2 in the College Hoops Corner.
Yeah, and I do think it's a good question.
It is a great question.
I think it's kind of case by case. So, I like the question, Jackson.
I'm gonna
John
chew
Kelly
on that.
coming up at 8:15. As I think we're going to see Snipes tonight.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Snipes. He was on the third line yesterday at the skate. We'll talk it over. John Kelly's at 8:15 on the Stiefel dossier. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. The quality that you are going to get at Moritz Reusch Jewelers is second to none. In addition, Moritz Reusch is not a national chain. It is a locally owned, locally operated, family-owned, family-operated business that has been taking care of St. Louisans' jewelry needs going back to the 1980s. Go in and see Dan and his family and work with Moritz Reusch. They're online at ninjabling.com. They've been around since 1982, and their experience in the industry goes back even further. Dan is third generation in the jewelry industry. It's Moritz Reusch, located in Richmond Heights, right across from the Galleria, and it is a 15th floor store where you will have a private experience without a salesperson hovering over you. If you're thinking about getting engaged, go to Moritz Reusch, support the sponsors. A new sponsor here on TMA, it's Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com.
sucks. It's really bad. My luck is like a vacuum cleaner. It sucks. I can't do anything right. I can't do anything. I mess it up.
He messes it up.
I got no luck.
How you like this,
Oh,
Doug?
dude.
It's not great.
Oh, nice. Isn't that lucky?
The April Fool's song from
dude, it wasn't,
Acoustic
but
Sessions.
it's a free penny.
I figured it was prudent.
Martin, I wouldn't mind maybe a Swopes Picks caliber review of April 1st in this particular industry.
$10,000 I can
Meaning how popular it was to do things on this day? You mean like people would...
No. I mean, it is radio's Waterloo.
Right,
April
you're
Fool's
saying
Day.
like how popular it is to do a bit on a day like this. Like we should
Sketches and bits.
we
Sketches.
should have come out of the gate with something like, well, we're here to announce Doug has quit the show. He no longer wants to be part of this. He's mad at all the listeners. And then we go, he's right here. Gotcha.
I'm sure there's a few that have gone very wrong, right? Very bad.
Sounds like you're starting a crowdsource, just a bit.
Well,
My read is a crowdsource.
I don't know of any right off the top of my head, but I'm sure it's happened where somebody thought an April Fool's joke was going to be funny and it backfired in a big way on them and got everyone in trouble.
I've never been a big fan of that. Franco Pinion used to get mad about it.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. What's a big... So it's April. Okay, and then the first day of April is funny. No, why is that funny? That's not funny. That's
a pretty good
stupid.
impression.
And he would just...
It's interesting. You don't have a Ken Wilson, but you have a Frank Opinion.
I don't know how that happened.
I know it's unpopular to like things, Doug. That's what you have to put a disclaimer on the front end when you enjoy something in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I know it's unpopular to like things, but I thought Michaelis's approach last night looked way better. That's Dr. Xander Malanthrop.
Well, he needs to go back where he came from because we're not accepting any positive feedback at all. At all.
How about the rotation? 4 times through? Pretty good. Starting pitching, Doug. Pretty good.
Yes, it has been good.
What do you think you're going to get tonight?
You got Libby out there.
That's right.
Libby Matt going against Kyle Hendricks. I'm hopeful, but I would probably look at the odds and say Hendricks tends to have good luck here.
Libby was very good in spring training.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and pull for the large lefty.
You're going to pull for him.
I think he might just shut down this Angel bunch.
Boy, there was a news anchor locally when Wainwright re-signed, and they said, good to have the big lefty back on board.
Oh, no.
And then they
really?
went to break, and I was like, the big lefty. I'm like, well, he's...
Oh, so this is a 2 Fox person.
No, it was not.
Oh.
Might have been at the 4
I
Fox.
don't know. Might have been at the 4 Fox.
I don't know, Doug.
Wasn't
It's
me.
awkward because Doug's got to go in there
I
later.
haven't been there in years.
Career at bats against Kyle Hendricks. Nolan Arenado's got 48. Everybody else is 8 and under. So in other words, body of work, he hasn't really faced this crew, Doug. He doesn't know about this Youngry bunch.
No. I bet hitters still would rather face somebody who doesn't throw very hard, thinking they can figure him out. It doesn't always work out that way. But I bet most hitters would still say, give me the guy who's throwing upper 80s, low 90s, and I'll see what I can do against him rather than the guy who's throwing mid to upper 90s. Even if he might be harder to hit.
Small sample size, Lars Newpar, 3 for 8 off Kyle Hendricks.
They are expecting a high-scoring game tonight at Busch Stadium. The total is 8.5. And the Cardinals are minus 155 with Liberatore going up against Cardinal nemesis Kyle Hendricks. So for Busch Stadium, that is a high total. I realize, considering the starters, it's understandable. That factors into it. But 8.5 at Busch Stadium is a high total relative to most games. Katie Wu, who you can hear regularly on BK and Ferrario, with this tweet last night: the Cardinals are off to a good start this year, but that has not stopped fans from sending a message to ownership. The announced crowd of 21,206 at Busch Stadium 3 tonight is the smallest crowd in stadium history, and that is something that Cardinal fans then hearken back to your conversation with Bill DeWitt III. Was that about a year ago, Martin, when you had him on the podcast? And I always felt like what he said got taken I don't know if taken out of context is fair, because if you read what he actually said, you can take it the way that I think some fans want to take it or do take it, when he said, I chuckle when people say, if we don't, I'm paraphrasing now, if we don't show up, then that will send a message. And his response is that, well, if they don't show up, then we're not going to be able to spend money. So it is going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. What was your thought? Because, I mean, you were on that interview.
I think it was late in the season, and it was about the TV situation. I believe the segment was booked. You know, we said we were going to talk about the TV, and while he was on, I said, I got to ask you about what's going on with the team. And if you listen to any segments where he's on with us, he does kind of have a little laugh as part of his. And so when he said, I chuckle, at points during the interview, actually did kind of laugh. Came off poorly, but I think what he was saying.
Did you think it in the moment when he said it?
I did not. Because I knew exactly what he was saying. Like, listen, if you just totally stop showing up, we're not going to have much money to spend. So it's a little bit self-fulfilling. I understand what he's saying. I also understand why it didn't come off so well. But at the time, I thought it was a little bit of it wasn't that big a deal, I didn't think. But it did get a lot of play. It still resurfaces at times as a clip that he's just kind of like pissing on the fans.
Right. It's resurfacing in particular after last night on social media. The now Bill DeWitt III gets what he wanted. You know, I hope he's laughing now. And that it goes back to the exchange that you had. And that was my guess, that in the moment when you heard him say it, it didn't even register. But then if you isolate it and get it going on social media, you're stoking the fire of they don't care, they don't spend money, they're bad guys. And so that is what has transpired from something that you, as the host of the interview, didn't think anything of.
Well, it was probably about a 30-minute interview. And I think the first 20, I'm pretty sure it was about TV situation. I forget, but I think it was definitely a different topic. And then I said, all right, what's going on with the team? What do you think? And that's when he said, I do kind of chuckle if people say we're not going to go, then we won't have money to spend, which ultimately is probably true for the Yankees and the Mets, the Dodgers, who have gobs of money. But if nobody showed up, they'd probably say, boy, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't spend money.
I wonder if the price of the whole experience has started to wear down some people. The price of spending
absolutely
$30 or more to park, and $15 for a soda, and that much for a beer, and $15 for a hot dog. If after a while, a few years, people just say, you know what, it's on TV, I'll just watch it here.
Yes.
I think it does.
Big time.
When your city games are once every 2 weeks, Blues game, there's half as many as there are Cardinal games. So it's more of a thing to go to a Blues game because it's not as often. The soccer, I mean, you have 17 home games spread out over almost the course of a whole year.
Yeah.
So you can kind of build up momentum as a fan base to go to the next game.
Right. As a sports fan, like for me, the younger guy, like when I watch sports, I like to flip around, check out something else while games and commercial break. When you're at a solo sporting event, that's what you're watching, and you can try to get stuff going on your phone, but it's hard. And, you're kind of locked into one baseball game as opposed to having a litany of options.
And baseball, probably more than the other sports, you're just kind of there for the atmosphere, the experience of it all.
Yeah.
Hockey is so intense, and you get those scheduled times off between periods, that it's easy to stay focused on the game, and there's a lot of activity going on. But in baseball, I think you're there more to enjoy the weather or conversation or walk around the stadium a little bit. And if the team's not very good and if it gets expensive to go, it's pretty easy to say, I'm going to pass.
But here's an interesting contrast this weekend. The Savannah Bananas are here Friday, Saturday. And I think
this Friday and Saturday?
Yeah.
That's going to be tough.
It's tough with the weather. But I think ticket-wise, I think it was close to sold out for both games. This group goes around the country and sells out. So there's an example of it is downtown, right? But people are saying, hey, I want to go. I want to see it. Regardless of being downtown. It's got to be a little embarrassing. Whether the weather may cut into that, but the contrast, let's say it's a perfect night and you've got a packed house to see some guy on stilts taking an at-bat.
Yeah, but it's family stuff, That's why G-rated movies make $1 billion,
But I still think the contrast in an opening week when you have your lowest attendance ever to watch baseball, then another baseball team comes in with their gimmicks and all of a sudden, we want to see that one.
Right. Right.
The contrast would be harsh.
Martin, I would imagine you received an email yesterday from what is now FanDuel Sports Midwest Public Relations. Did you
Was
see
it
that?
about the rating on opening day?
Because the ratings had been going down, but this was sent yesterday. FanDuel Sports Network and the Cardinals saw massive increases in viewership across the board for 2025 opening day this past Thursday. The Cardinals-Twins game averaged an 8.60 household rating, up 102% over the team's 2024 season opener on the road, and was up 8% over the Cardinals' home opener game coverage from last year. So I don't know what to do with that information, but there are the numbers from the home opener from an attendance standpoint. Of course, last night they set a record for lowest attendance by 5,000 for a full capacity game. And by full capacity, we're talking about the availability of the stadium to feature a full capacity. That means it takes out 2020 and 2021 in the COVID years. But television-wise, they experienced an increase.
I think there was more anger even. Do you think coming off 23, like as bad as they were, that people were just sort of really ticked off going into 24? They did sign Lynn and Gibson and felt a little patchwork.
I thought the Oli Marmol extension was one of the most tone-deaf things I have seen an organization do in St. Louis sports in my, what Doug calls, Hall of Fame career. We all know it's a Hall of Fame career, but Doug's the one with the balls to say it.
I had never said that.
Everybody else afraid to say it.
Because it'll be so unpopular. But I mean, 2 weeks out from the season, I'm like, what is that? Can you imagine? I realize it's not New York or Philadelphia or Boston, but just for the sake of the discussion, a team's coming off of a last place finish and they announce an extension. And by the way, sitting here for the last, I guess now 3.5 years on Balloon Party and now TMA on 101 ESPN, I've oftentimes said, I said, Oli Marmol is not the reason for this. I mean, whoever you think is the greatest manager in baseball, take your pick. I don't know who people would see. Maybe Bruce Bochy right now. I don't know. Snitker. Doesn't matter. LaRussa, Whitey Herzog. Do you think if they were managing the 2023 Cardinals, that would have been a successful team? I would passionately disagree. To me, I don't even put it at the hands of all John Mozeliak either. It's the ownership group. That's where it goes. These guys don't have some kind of coup d'etat where they've kept the DeWitts hostage. It's the ownership group. That's who they work for. I'm always confused when, I guess maybe because Mozeliak comes off as unlikable to many people in the fan base, and I think Marmol does as well, that I think they get a lot more blame for things that are outside of their control. But either way, you also have to have some awareness of the pulse of the fan base, and to give him an extension was just tone deaf as can be. I also think it was some kind of prevent defense on the Yadier Molina possibly managing, and they knew that the schedule was tough to start the season, which to me strikes me as super hack as well. But either way, I think that there was some real irritation going in. This year, I think there's more apathy. I think there's more apathy than anger. And there's a difference. And I think apathy is more dangerous to a business than anger.
I think the Marmol extension was bizarre because if you were going to do it, you would have done it sooner,
yes,
or you wouldn't have made a big announcement out of it. If anybody asked, did you, oh, yeah, we had re-upped him. He's re-upped. Yeah, why? You wouldn't make a thing of it. Or if you did, you would do it at the warm-up in January. And then you get to spring training, it wouldn't even be a topic. It felt like, oh, my God, we forgot to re-up him. Mm-hmm. It was a little, the timing was bizarre. But I feel there was more anger a year ago. Maybe because Mozeliak's still here, there is that apathy going into this season. But the ratings are up, but I guess you can compare them, you know. If it was a bad number last year, you can go up in any,
right.
I mean.
Yeah, it's like, Missouri, what a great year in the SEC in comparison to the previous year. Well, they were 0-18.
So it's all comparable.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-974-0101 is how you can call into the program. Text in 314-399-9646. If you do not have a name saved in the text inbox for the first week of the month, Jackson Burkett will change your name from a phone number to the name you want to go by. And this guy's as busy as a little beaver over there this morning, Doug. I mean, it is something to behold.
I hear his tail slapping on the water every now and then.
Could you just do a drop fest just for the folks who are missing, just anything? Francesa, Marlo,
Hey.
Jimmy, anything you want.
Again, I'm enjoying the show.
Well, thank you, Face Burglar.
Oh, yeah.
My neck was hurting. So I said, I think I'm going to go sing somewhere.
Uncle Rich.
Making an appearance on the presentation. John Kelly's coming up as the Blues take on the Red Wings. Pregame, 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7 p.m. Looking forward to talking it over with John Kelly. That's coming your way at 8:15. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Brand new month. You want to see if you can beat legends like the JV golf coach? Like Buck Swope? Like the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom? Well, guess what? Everybody starts on April 1st at zeros. So this is your chance. Send a message. You've been listening to the show now on 101 ESPN. Maybe you weren't familiar with it before. Now you got a feel for it, Doug. What, we're 5-6 months in? Now you can compete with Buck Swope. Now you can compete with the JV golf coach. I don't know if anybody can compete with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
I wouldn't think so,
just
no.
because of the money. But this is your opportunity the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Martin, could you tell me about Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling? Would you be so kind?
Well, they've been around St. Louis since 1904, and they continue to be a family-owned business. That means they've been doing something right for a long time. Heating and cooling this time of year, it's been strange. You probably had the AC flipped on a time or two and then put the heat back on. Before the summer months take hold, make sure that air conditioning unit is fully, properly tuned up. You can do that by setting up an appointment online at designairservice.com. Let them know you're a loyal TMA listener. If you have a furnace issue in the winter or an air conditioning unit needs to be replaced, those technicians will let you know. But if it just needs a repair, that's what they'll do. They're not there to upsell you. Stressful enough when the furnace, the AC's not working. You don't need somebody in there trying to shake you down with a sales routine. That's not what they do. In fact, they talk to their folks all about that. It's Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation, family-owned business. They sponsored that Buck Swope vehicle, the Design Air email of the day. Again, appointments available online, designairservice.com.
Sometimes I realize that even McKnight Road is too east for me. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
McKnight
Boy,
is
that's a
too
tight
Boundary.
window.
Yeah.
If you won't go east of McKnight,
That's
What's too far west, Spady?
you can't even get to the Galleria.
Yeah.
Not going west of McKnight.
Yeah.
I
East of
don't know how
McKnight.
many people are making sure to visit. But the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, Doug McKnight's too far east for
Okay,
her, and that's
I understand that.
a problem
Yeah.
for the monogramming business. I noticed you should get some supplies. We got John Kelly coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock. Our Blues and Red Wings coming up this evening. And the theory is producer Dave at the Two Fox, more people will be in the building for the Blues and Red Wings than the Cardinals and Angels. And I think that is accurate.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen.
This is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight right here on 101 ESPN as they try to take the season series sweep over the Red Wings as they take aim for their 10th straight victory, just 2 wins shy of tying the franchise record of 11 consecutive wins. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you wanted Pete Rock and CL Smooth. They reminisce over you. 92. And Jackson is delivering it. What is our music theme today, Jackson?
Just feeling the vibes out.
Feeling the vibes out.
Feeling the vibes out.
Anytime that saxophone just starts going to work,
It's a yakety sax.
it really puts me in a good mood.
I would describe this as the jam. Can You Stand the Rain, new edition, also the jam. Rock Me Amadeus Falco, the jam.
What's a good scenario where you're listening to Rock Me Amadeus? Like, were they playing that in the bars and stuff?
I haven't, unless I was Drew Barrymore and drinking when I was 6.
I got, but like,
You're at Mally's.
I was at Mally's in the Windsor Inn, being one of the many people thrown through the window.
I do like the song. I'm curious, like, what context people were listening to.
Doug, Rock Me Amadeus and Falco, your context. You were in Miami with Earl Weaver.
That was the 80s. I was there in the mid-80s.
Right.
When did this song come out?
I think the mid-80s. It was with the movie, right?
I think they're unrelated.
Unrelated?
But the movie, good or bad?
I
kind of
don't
a
know if I've
wacky
ever
version
seen.
of- I've never seen Amadeus. Didn't it win?
Best Picture.
It won Best Picture, but
And that hasn't been reviewed by goodorbad.com. I just don't know what I invested in.
some of the mid-80s Best Picture winners, probably not for me.
Such as?
Out of Africa won, didn't it? When the English Patient win? That was probably the 90s.
That was 97.
Oh.
96?
96. 97 would have been
Was it
Shakespeare.
96?
All right, I'm on.
97.
Dimitri Young had that triple?
Was 97 Shakespeare in Love? That was 98. Damn, what was 97?
Jackson's having a conversation.
Should have been
with
Good Will Hunting.
English Patient was 1996.
Okay.
Was that discussed on the panel? Made $232 million. Budget was around 40 million. Wow.
87 was Platoon. I love that movie.
Jackson, you're getting compliments here.
Ooh.
Wow. Jackson actually giving context of a Blues game, not just the standard apathetic puck drop time. He's up in his game. Well done, sir. That's the Crestwood Coyote.
Nice.
Doug's been coaching me.
Oh, Doug, you've been working on his updates with him?
Well, a little bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a lot to put a little bit of punch in there.
Yeah. And I've called Doug the Tex Winter of local sports. And, when you have the opportunity to be in the presence of a legend, you should take the opportunity in stride.
How about that?
I'll be
He
darned.
just got described as a legend like Tex Winter, the triangle offense. The puck drop is at 7 p.m. tonight. Blues and Wingy. Now, Detroit is still in the mix for the second wild card spot in the Eastern Conference. The Blues kind of got some rough news last night. It looked like they were going to have a lovely evening, and then there was some late game heroics that caused said lovely evening to go the opposite direction. The Calgary Flames came back from down 2-0 to the Avalanche in Denver and won in a shootout. So they picked up 2 points, and they continue to have games in hand in the Blues. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Wild had 2 goals in the third period to force their game with the Devils to go to overtime. They lost in a shootout, but Minnesota picks up a point, so now they are ahead of the Blues going into tonight's festivities. So here is your update on the Western Conference and the wild card. The Blues are a point back of Minnesota, both now at 75 games with 7 remaining. Minnesota at 88, Blues at 87, and Calgary getting those 2 points last night in their comeback over the Avalanche sit 5 points back of the Blues with 2 games in hand. Vancouver, 1 game in hand, and they are sitting at 81 points, 6 games back of the Blues, Doug. So there you go.
It don't make no never mind what these other fellows are doing.
Wow.
It don't make no never mind.
I really have to tell you, I enjoy that.
Well, hell's they on scholarship, too.
Yeah, we got Detroit and Pittsburgh here this week. Those should be 2 more W's for the Blues. We'll be up to, 11 in a row?
That's right.
Colorado, that's a tough one to pick on Saturday, but you should beat Detroit and Pittsburgh at home.
Braden Sheen.
There is no Braden Sheen.
Did he
on
get
the
his
team.
eye back as well?
Media says watch out for Rask.
That was a big win for the Flames just to kind of hang in there.
Yes, it was, man. They were down 2-0 and made a Sunday charge. They get Utah tonight. That is in Salt Lake. And other than that, nothing else impacting the Blues as far as other teams. They will take care of their business, ideally, tonight with Jimmy Snipes.
Oh.
Making his debut.
Okay. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Dvorsky going to play, I wonder? Probably not. One at a time on the young guys coming up.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean, we got the Blues and Cardinals playing at the same time. I'll go back and forth, back and forth. Aaliyah, 2000, 2001.
I believe Blues tonight are on the main channel, and then the Cardinals are on the alternate. Yeah, I think
they're on the Davenport. The Cardinals are on the Davenport?
Getting plussed out.
I believe they flipped it because Saturday it was the reverse. Cards main channel, Blues alternate. And I think tonight, if I'm not mistaken, I'll try and go
Tim,
first.
for you, it makes no difference. It's Amazon Prime season on the.
It is. I'm on Amazon Prime through and through.
You can probably just go back and forth on that app, right? On Prime between the Blues and Cardinals.
That's exactly what I do.
That's pretty
I love
outstanding.
the Amazon. As a YouTube TV guy, Amazon Prime has changed the experience. Had the whole family in the bed watching extra innings last night.
Oh, really?
Haven't had 4 people in the bed in a long time. This was a different setup, but it was nice.
You like the family Bucket and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Charlie. Is that the last name? Bucket?
Yeah.
Charlie Bucket
Was it
for
Bucket
sure.
or Puckett?
It was
Kirby?
Bucket. It's definitely Bucket.
Doug, was it Charlie
I
Bucket?
don't know.
And they lived in England, but everyone had an American accent, like across the board.
Are you dissing on that? Because I love that movie.
Of course, I
You're
love
out of line a little bit.
Gene
Little bit.
Wilder,
Oh,
one
the
of
best.
our screen legends.
One of the screen legends.
Yeah.
Augustus Gloop.
Yeah, you knew that tubby little kid was just doomed from the second he entered the movie.
Tubby little kid.
Boy, that's fat shaming and that's offensive.
His name was Augustus Gloop.
So
Played
much-
Roald Dahl, not me.
So much time and so little to see.
Magic
Reverse
Bean
that.
says 2-0 this season when Blues and Cardinals both play on the same day. Doug, is that enough for you to bet them both?
Yeah, I'd pick them both to win tonight.
Nice.
I have to say that I think every television I bought in the last 15 years has told me I can get picture-in-a-picture. I have yet to figure out picture-in-a-picture. Does anybody know how it works? Does anybody actually use
I
the
don't really feel like
picture-in-a-picture
people
thing?
use picture-in-picture.
No.
Tim, do you ever do the YouTube TV thing with the multiple views? I like it, but the screens are really small.
That's my issue with it,
Yeah.
yes.
It's real. Like
So it is
watching-
like picture-in-picture, Doug, speaking with, although the picture-in-picture one was really small and then one, it was over the main screen.
Right.
But, yeah, the YouTube TV one, they really shrink both games, and so I don't do it.
Yeah, same. It's nice because you can just kind of flip back and forth, but yeah, you get really big black bars because they're not trying to change up the aspect ratio. It's kind of frustrating.
The aspect ratio. I bet you didn't like that.
I didn't really care for it. But you're talking about 16:9,
Right.
as opposed to 4:3.
The aspect ratio, when Netflix acquired Seinfeld for what I can only imagine was $1 trillion, they changed up the original aspect ratio, and people were really upset about that. I
Now
think
it
the
looks
same
too
thing.
wide,
Same
huh?
thing with The Simpsons too, when Disney Plus got it.
Yeah.
People were upset because like it's supposed to look a certain way.
The Blues are minus 172 tonight against Wingy Wingy. Detroit plus 147. Your total 6 goals. We'll talk it over with John Kelly coming up for the 101 ESPN Blues interview at 8:15. That is coming your way. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on a program you can watch on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat, Doug, where there is a heated debate about Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory going on right now.
What are they arguing about?
Well, the dude is saying, hey, Johnny Depp is hot right now. Let's put him in every role. And then Longshanks, you remember him. He ruled over England about 700 years ago. Got sideways with Mel Gibson and his son's husband. And said somewhere a few generations back, Doug has Oompa Loompa in him.
What does that even mean?
You got to go into the YouTube chat to figure it out. Michelob Ultra says
To be fair, we started it.
John Kelly is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and he is on the call of the festivities tonight in downtown St. Louis. Blues and Red Wings. Morning, John.
Man, Tim, you have a lot of needless knowledge.
Oh, gosh.
That is going to be in Drops of the Week. Drop Hall of Fame, maybe.
Yeah, it kind of summed things up. It kind of summed things up very concisely and with John Kelly's voice. I mean, it was accurate. It was perfect. Then I am telling you, we got a weird spot going on in downtown St. Louis tonight because the Cardinals are playing at the same time. And Martin, producer Dave at the Two Foxes Theory,
correct.
is there will be more people in the building for the Blues and Red Wings than actually in the building at Busch Stadium.
That's
but
true.
The Blues have captured the market's imagination, and people are having 2019 dreams. Once again, how thrilling was Saturday afternoon in Denver? I felt like you were on the call of a Game 7 in that final 2 minutes.
Yeah, it felt like that, Tim, for sure. It was one of the best games of the season.
Yeah.
It was fast. I talked to Zach Bolduc after practice yesterday, and he said it was the fastest game of the year. It was thrilling to beat a team like that. The Avalanche obviously have made a lot of changes, and I think they are a prime Stanley Cup contender, and the Blues walked into there. And it was a pretty even game, quite honestly, but the Blues found a way with that go-ahead goal by Buchnevich. And as you said, Binnington was just nails down the stretch, so it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it seems like we should be getting to the point of the season where guys are getting worn down and hurt and maybe not going quite as fast as they have the rest of the season, and yet we're seeing the opposite. Is that what winning does for a team, you think?
Well, there's a spirit around this team and a camaraderie and positivity like I have not seen in years. And that's just the honest-to-God truth. They are really, really tight right now and just riding away. So, as I said last week, though, the Blues just have to continue to win. I mean, I said it last Tuesday, and the Blues, of course, they won all 3 games, yet Calgary won in Denver last night. So they remain 5 points behind the Blues with 2 games in hand. So even though that's a nice cushion, it certainly is not something that is insurmountable. So the Blues have to keep winning. And they play Detroit tonight, a team that's desperate. They're 3 points out of a playoff spot. And then they have Pittsburgh Thursday, and then the Avalanche are back here Saturday. Then they go on the road for tough games in Winnipeg and Edmonton. So I think especially these next 2 games against teams that are below you in the standings, the Blues just have to take care of business.
You excited to see Jimmy Snuggerud? Sort of an interesting time to insert a former first-round pick because you're still trying to win, but also when you get a guy like this, maybe they even promise him playing time. What do you expect from Jimmy Snipes?
Well, we just saw him yesterday in practice for the first time. I did see him in a prospect camp, but, that's tough to judge a player. He's got an elite shot, an NHL-ready shot. Montgomery said he's got really good speed, understands the game really well. So I understand what people are saying, that you don't want to upset the chemistry and things like that. But you might as well see what you have. And I think the Blues have a top prospect here. So I think it's a good idea. It looks like he'll play with Bolduc and Sundqvist tonight on the third line. And Bolduc, as we know, is just on a real heater right now with 6 goals in his last 12 games. So it should be fun to see those two together with Oscar Sundqvist tonight.
John Kelly, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL if you want to join in and watch the show and interact with listeners in our YouTube chat. I want to go back to what is now about a month ago. And that is Jim Montgomery's attitude when Parayko went down. Because to me, in this run, that's the thing that is so fascinating, that the guy who I think most people, if there was like a vote of players or St. Louis media, probably would have said is the most valuable player at the time, goes down, most likely for the remainder of the regular season, and the team does what it does. And I recall listening to Jim Montgomery. He was on the fast lane that afternoon, John, and he was asked by, I can't recall if it was Anthony Stalter or Kerry Davis or Jamie Rivers, and was asked about the injury and what he thinks. And he goes, well, I'd be really concerned if it happened a month ago. But right now, there is a belief in this room that we've got something special. And so I'm not as concerned now as I would have been a month ago. And I was thinking to myself, man, I think this guy really believes it. But in my mind, I'm thinking, this sucks. The season's over. And yet, look what they've done since then. I think they've lost like a total of 2 games since then. So you just made reference in your opening statement that this is a belief in a room that you haven't seen in years. What is it that you're actually seeing that leads to you saying that? Because clearly when Parayko went down, Jim Montgomery saw it as well.
Well, the coach said the other day that, and it's right, he said the pack is stronger than any individual. And that's a great mindset and belief to have. What have I seen? It's again, they're playing connected. They're playing hard. They're just tenacious in their own zone. I think it's overlooked. Again, I said it the other day, but the Blues have only allowed 13 goals in their 9 wins. I mean, that is just some great defensive hockey, and they're playing some good teams. So, 4 lines and great defensive work, and you have to hand it to, you mentioned the defense in Parayko, and they certainly miss him. And by the way, he is skating hard. So I certainly expect to see him before the end of the regular season. When that is, I don't know. But Fowler and Leddy have been tremendous together since Leddy came back, missing 49 games. Broberg has really gotten back to the level he was at earlier this year. I think he had a little bit of a drop-off after his injury. Falk's been great. The other guy that's sort of under the radar is Tyler Tucker. He has come in and played really, really well. He's given the Blues some toughness, given them a little bit of offense, but he's also playing very confidently. So Tucker and Suter have been a really good third pair for the St. Louis Blues. So it's just a complete 20-man buy-in every single night. And, oh, by the way, they're getting great goaltending from Hofer and Benny. So, again, it's really a lot of fun to see.
Do they have any noticeable weakness right now, something that the other teams come in and try to exploit?
Well, not really. I mean, the thing is that they're not just winning games; they're dominating games for the most part. Now, again, the other night in Denver, that was a very even game against a really good hockey team. So their special teams have been better. I don't think they're great. I mean, the power play going into the last game was 8 for 24 in 9 games, so pretty good. The penalty killing is still ranked 29th in the league, but that's because they were so bad in the first half. But, you can always clean up areas, no question about it. I would say if you had to really be picky, I would say the special teams could be better and probably need to be better down the stretch.
And if we said Parayko was the MVP when he went down, at this point, I guess it's shifted. Is Robert Thomas the clear MVP of this team?
I think in the last month, or really out of the break, he has been amazing. I think we had a graphic the other day that he has more points than anybody since the Four Nations break. It maybe first or second. I mean, that's saying a lot when you're talking about the Sidney Crosbys of the world and Nate McKinnons and guys like that. So, yeah, I would say that Robert, to me, is playing his best hockey of his career. Not just picking up points, but also playing defensively so well. He's really leading the charge up front, and that's what the Blues have to have their best players be their best players.
Tim, I like logistics.
Yeah,
I was going to ask John, so on the plane, what's the proximity of Joey Vitale? And have you ever asked him to try the decaf? We had him on Friday. You guys were leaving Nashville, and he was very wound up, but we were concerned for the rest of the media types on the plane.
You know what? I have never seen a guy sleep so much on an airplane, quite honestly.
Oh, he crashed.
He can.
He's been up for a week.
Yeah, I mean, he's amazing. You could ask him about that when he does his hit with you guys. But, even on a bus ride from the rink to the airport, 20-minute bus ride, he's out. This guy.
Oh, lucky you.
Really?
Yeah, okay. I would have guessed just the opposite. I guess he just burns it all out on calls to us, and then he just crashes.
Yeah, exactly. Or making his bread or whatever. He's like,
He does. He makes his bread at 4 a.m. Yep.
Yeah, and he's got like 15 kids, so I understand how he could be.
He's got a crash.
Blues and Red Wings tonight. You can catch it right here on 101 ESPN and also FanDuel Sports Midwest. Puck drop, 7 p.m. John Kelly on the call, and Jimmy Snipes, Jimmy Snuggerud, making his debut. John, always enjoy the conversation. Looking forward to seeing what the Blues can do this evening. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thanks, guys. See you next week.
Thank you. John Kelly with us here on The Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you're welcome to text in as well. 314-399-9646. Jackson Burkett is in the process of really just observing his oath to the audience, which is for the first week of each month, he will give you the text name you request if you send it in. Any name requests so far this morning, Jackson, about 90 minutes in, that you have denied?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Yeah, couple.
Uh-oh.
Just
Innuendo,
Vile.
too strong.
in bad taste.
Okay.
Yeah, like there's like funny, kind of goofy, and then there's dumb goofy. And,
What's the difference, boy?
there's like some cleverness to funny goofy. You know, there's something
And
like
then there's like STL Today comments.
yeah, and then it's just like this is dumb.
You think it's like a hill person, like a hillbilly or something?
Hill person adjacent. You know,
You like that term, Doug? Hill person?
It's like you could just live in the neighboring county
like
from a hill?
like a more modern hill person. You know, indoor plumbing in the last 25 years.
Oh, come on. Everyone's had indoor plumbing for 100 years.
Not apparently this person that wants their text name changed.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Are they from a small town? But they have a golf course.
Three of them.
Our friends in High Ridge. No, it's just like some stupid stuff. So, but for the most part, I mean, I've been hammering on it. So,
Hammering. How many do you think you've added today? 20, 30?
yeah, in that ballpark.
Okay.
Mine should be allowed. It's my YouTube name. That's from the 618.
Doesn't matter. Block him.
Let's see. But when you haven't sent it in.
So block him.
No, it says, can I please get my name changed to average size Shabangas?
To block him?
It's my YouTube name, and they're fine with it.
Yeah, if Google's fine with it, then so be it. Here we go. It's average size. Yeah, everyone laugh it up. All right.
The Hill people are winning. The Hill people are overtaking Ladue.
You got it.
Hey, if you're feeling sluggish or if you're just angry because Jackson won't change your text name, maybe you need Mentality. Mentality tends to low testosterone, dealing with fatigue, weight gain, feeling anxious or moody or irritable, can be low testosterone. And Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. I went out there and I got tested. Super easy, in and out, friendly staff. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. It is Mentality. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Is a what?
Good person.
Good person.
Oh, good person.
Rhyming doesn't really matter.
Did Wentzville and Festival rhyme?
No, again, rhyming structure be damned here.
It's optional.
This is a 50-song album. If he did more than 2 takes a song, I'd be surprised. But I appreciate the artistry.
It's TMA. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And it seems like they're not happy in there, Doug.
About what?
I guess the Boston Market ad bot says he thinks the Cardinals are moving.
They're moving.
He says he's pro St. Louis, but I'm not delusional about the Cardinals' devotion to a mid-market city that's shrinking. And then the Longshanks, you remember him? He was the king in Braveheart, which won Best Picture, Jackson, in 1995.
Is it too soon to play the John Kelly drop on Tim? That was one segment ago.
Yeah.
Bitter Boston Market. What's got your feathers ruffled today? A lot of negativity. So King Longshanks is talking to the Boston Market ad bot, and that's in the YouTube chat if you want to go in there.
Sounds very important.
You know what's important?
What?
A former Cardinal got a cycle last night. And if you were to list a former Cardinal who got a cycle, I don't know if this one would have been in your top 10 of guesses. Do you know who it is? I assume you do.
Yes.
Take a listen. Here's the call of Boog Shambi with this triple that led to a cycle for former Cardinal catcher Carson Kelly.
Center field, going back, Blade. It's off the wall. Racing towards second. Go! There we go! And he's in! Oh, my! We got a cycle! Take that, Mark Grace!
First cycle for the Cubs since Mark Grace, 1993.
Wow.
Yeah.
Carson Kelly. What kind of odds could you got on that?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good odds. Cardinals had really high hopes for him when he came up in 2016. He never hit a lick.
He's always stuck behind Molina, right? He was the next guy for how many years? And they just didn't need him.
But when he did get in, he just never hit at all. Then he had a couple pretty good years in Arizona. Had a year where he had 18 homers, won 13 homers. Now he's bounced around again. Detroit, Texas, Cubs. But he's had a pretty long career now.
He had the cycle. I think Tyler O'Neill had 4 hits last night.
How about Ellie De La Cruz switching to the torpedo bat and having 2 home runs and 4 hits and 7 RBIs?
Boom, torpedo bat.
Why aren't they all using it?
Christian Yelich says it's not the bats. Said they've got good players over there.
Well,
then the Brewers went out and got hammered by the Royals to further Yelich's point that it wasn't the bats.
Brewers are 0-4, Martin, to start the campaign. 3 back of your Central Division leading St. Louis Cardinals. Now, many were still unhappy following last night's festivities with Oli Marmol about not pinch hitting Nolan Gorman for Mason Winn, who, like Wilson Contreras so far, does not have a base hit. Winn struck out with the game on the line in the 10th. Here is Oli Marmol on that potential decision when asked about it following the Cardinals' loss in extra innings to the Angels.
That inning, was there thought given to Gorman to win there in that last spot? Or?
Thought, yes. I'm gonna keep Winn at short, but thought, obviously, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So who is the backup shortstop at this
There
point?
isn't one.
Donovan, I guess.
He is Donovan in a pinch.
Yeah.
Probably not going to put Luke and Baker out there.
Well, you might need one if you got a guy who's hadn't figured it out at the bat at all.
Bring back Brandon Crawford?
No, there's probably another option.
Well, for
there.
me, not making the team, and the other guy, Barrero, is hitting pretty well. I think people assume there was a roster spot between those two, one of them as a backup infielder, and when they didn't keep him, the question was, who's your backup shortstop? It's Donovan, but if you take him out there, he's saying,
Yeah, but this was the bottom of the 9th. You're not going to need a shortstop. Yeah. Bottom of the 10th. You're not going to need a shortstop if you don't score another run. So you may as well try to score the run and worry about it then, right?
Yeah, but it is a conundrum.
Well, I don't know how big of a conundrum it is. Again,
game's on the line.
If it's the last out of the game,
just to stay alive.
Yeah, I definitely would have liked to see it.
I think a little bit of it is he didn't want to give him the confidence blow, like yank him.
I think a lot of it was that, and that's why your reference to the Molina thing 2 decades ago is there. And actually, if you read in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch this morning, that is that's discussed by Oli Marmol because they're not going to damage his confidence. The thing about Winn versus Contreras is Contreras hit in spring. Winn had, a total of 4 hits, I think, something like that in spring training. And the anecdote is during the rain delay, Mason Winn was in there. He said, while everybody was in here chilling, I was in there swinging, trying to get it right, talking about the rain delay over the weekend. The Cardinal everyday shortstop now 0 for 14 to start the season when he struck out in the 10th inning. And so he is certainly off to a really rough start, but he did hit 2 balls super hard last night. Now, I realize anytime you say something like that, and if I were in the listening audience, exactly, I don't want to hear that, and I understand that. But usually that is an indication of a player who could be on the verge of breaking through. But again, the thing that's kind of tough is you had 5 weeks down in Jupiter and you didn't do anything with it. And he said he noticed that they set up his swing motion versus his swing motion in 2024 when he was hitting, and that there was an adjustment that he made in spring with trying to hit for more power. My question would be, it's not like spring was going well. I wonder why they waited until now to focus on it and try to make the change during a rain delay in the regular season.
Mm-hmm. It is funny with the hitting coach, Brant Brown, getting all the praise over the weekend. How do you ever gauge the success of a hitting coach? Well, what's going on with Contreras? What's going on with Mason Winn? Mm-hmm. But I think the fact that Walker's been hitting, that's huge. Gorman was a small sample size, but the fact that he came out swinging well. Wynn's MO a year ago was that he was going to be a great defensive player with the big arm, and then he may or may not hit. And I think he changed that whole narrative with last season. But remember, going into last season, I think whether he was going to be a great hitter or not was kind of in question.
I wouldn't worry about him hitting for power. He's so fast. Just make contact. Run, use your legs, run, do that. They got enough guys who can hit the ball out of the park.
Yeah, and that's what he's saying in this article is he was trying to get into a spot where he made an adjustment to hit for more power. It gets very specific. It's interesting if you enjoy going into the weeds, because he struggled through spring training, hitting .0804 for 50 with 16 strikeouts. And that was twice as many times as he was on base, 8. And so they were taking a look at his swing of an at-bat that he had against the Rays last year and compared it to one from a few minutes earlier, and they noticed what he was doing. He had a shift in the tilt of his pelvis, and for several weeks he feels like he's been swinging uphill, and that is what the adjustment is that he made last night. Now you go, okay, he went over, he struck out with the game on the line, but he did hammer a ball down the third base line. And so that is why you saw him, if you were watching the game closely, at first base. And I think he screamed out some form of an expletive because he's like, my God, what do I got to do? I hammered one of the hardest hit balls of the night, and it was right at the third baseman. Cardinals take the lead, likely win the game if that thing is a foot to the left or the right. But, I remember hearing a lot about that with Matt Carpenter, too. People didn't want to hear that then either.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's really what you can judge it by, is how hard they're hitting the ball. There's a lot of luck involved in hitting. You hit the ball as hard as he hit that ball to third base, you're right on it.
He says Willie and I...
It's frustrating, but...
Willie and I are in the same boat. We're kind of holding hands through all this right now. I think him and me, last year we would have both been breaking things and yelling and getting pissed off. We both know it's coming. Obviously, he had a crazy spring. I don't have that in common with him. That dude's with me every step of the way. Mason went on him and Wilson Contreras off to the start that they are.
They had their most hits last night of the first 4 games. They had 11 hits last night. They'd have had 10 the first 3, so they're getting pretty consistent.
And the most strikeouts. One thing they didn't do in the Twin Series is strike out very much. Last night they fanned 9 times.
Still outscoring opponents 23-11. And Doug, I know you love run differential.
I don't mind it.
And Cardinals are at plus 12. But the Minnesota Twins look like they might be in a spot. They went up against... I know they're not in the spot with the Dodgers and Yankees, but probably the third best prediction this year was the Chicago White Sox to win the World Series. And the White Sox beat the Twins yesterday 9-0.
Oh, here comes
No hitting them until like
the pale hose.
7th.
And they have a run differential of plus 14, 19-5. Jackson, all I need is 52 more wins to cover the White Sox win total for the year of 53.5.
Boy, that's a low number. That is
That's why the Tam Avenue Capital Partners were recommending it to our.
Were you over on the Dodgers
clients.
total too?
I didn't get, you know what the problem? I couldn't bet it because they played, well, I mean, I could have, but I had to bet it before the series in Japan.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. But you would have been.
Oh, my God, yeah. 100.5.
There's a hot mess right now. The Red Sox.
Rafael Devers. Cards will be there this week. They'll get to see Arenado up close and personal in Boston. So,
Braves are 0-5.
Good. And they got problems. Jurickson Profar now, 80 games with a PED suspension. And yes, speaking of Rafael Devers, for those not familiar with it, I mean, he is not just 0 for the season. He's 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts.
Well, it happens.
Just not seeing it well.
Here's a headline. Boston.com. Pig squeal. Rafael Devers may need to lose some weight to break out of historic slump.
That's what Pavelbaum was saying.
And
so
he was
trim the fat.
He was the guy who was refusing to move off of third base when they got Bregman.
And then they asked, I believe recently even, Cora, he said, Devers is our DH. Because they keep asking him about what's going on. Will he play some things? He's our DH.
Now, when you're 0 for 19 and you've struck out 15 times, that's like man on the street stats, right? You could grab somebody out of the bleachers and they could do that.
First major league player to strike out 12 times in his first 4 games ever.
Jesus.
How about that?
Oh, boy.
I got a text here from the 618 that says, I would love to do the WWE wrestling recap.
Oh, that's Larry?
Is that Larry Nickel on the line? Larry Nickel is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
And you just immediately drop, like just as soon as...
Oh, right. What a bait and swee.
Yeah.
Is that his April Fool's sketch and bit?
Doug, when you trim fat, pigs squeal. Did you know that?
Think about that.
Yeah, I did.
April Fool's, Tim, did you see who took part?
Yeah, Tiger Woods. Very disappointing.
What is going on with his social media presence?
About an hour ago, he tweeted, I can't believe I'm saying this, but a few weeks after rupturing my left Achilles, then sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber, plus the explosive lifts my doctors and trainers have me ready to play the Masters next week. Can't wait. See you all on the course. And then he wrote, P.S. April Fool's, my Achilles is still a mess with a smiley face. What? Doug's reaction.
What a terrible... I mean, that's not even him. He did the tweet with...
He had the Mac Daddy Santa a few years ago, which was... also another moment.
What, he's dating Donald Trump Jr.'s
Yeah, and President Trump was asked about that yesterday in the Oval Office. Wonderful soundbite, Jackson. I don't know if that's in the Fun with Audio.
And grab it.
Yeah.
And grab it. But when he tweeted out the picture with her, then he said, we're asking for your privacy. And everybody said, this is the weirdest. It didn't feel like him then. And this doesn't really feel like him now. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's...
Is somebody getting to him and saying, you really got to change your image, have a little more fun? Bad advice.
I think he's good. He's 50 living on Jupiter Island. I don't think he's like, I need to conquer social media now.
But why
yes,
is he
I would
doing
agree
it?
this is off-brand. But again, 7 years ago, Mac Daddy Santa came out on Twitter, and that was also off-brand. Here, Jackson, I'm sending you the audio.
If you really wanted privacy, you wouldn't say a thing about it, right?
Correct.
That's right. But I do think, and I don't know if we talked about it on here, if, we were just BSing off air, by sending out the picture of him and Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife together, there's a good chance what they've done is mitigate the paparazzi following them every time they leave Jupiter Island. And then they kind of control that part of it. You have the audio? Doug, take a look. Take a listen. Here is President Trump yesterday in a press conference being asked about his ex-daughter-in-law dating Tiger Woods.
Hit the lever, please.
What about Tiger Woods now becoming part of the broader Trump family?
Well, I love Tiger, and I love Vanessa, and they had a great relationship. I happen to think the relationship with my son, I happen to think the relationship was hurt very badly by the witch hunt that went on, Russia, and all the crap that they put Don through, who knew nothing about it. But Vanessa and Don had a very good relationship. They have incredible children, 5 incredible children, all good athletes, all great students, all great. And they broke up, quite a while ago, and which was to me very sad because I think they're both great. Don and Vanessa, and Tiger actually called me a few months ago, and I have a very special, very good relationship with Tiger. I played golf with him a couple of times over the last month, and he's a fantastic guy and a fantastic athlete, and he told me about it, and I said, Tiger, that's good. That's good. I'm very happy for both. I just let them both be happy. Let them both be happy. They're both great.
There you go. No hard feelings between President Trump and Tiger.
And the grandkids are great at school and sports.
Yeah, Kai Trump, his granddaughter, is like a +3 handicap or something, and is going to be a college golfer. Yeah, she's a hell of a player. All right, you're welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. Jackson is changing text names today, and you will do this through next Monday, and then it's over, and then you're done.
Yep.
So if you want your name saved, let Jackson know. And I'm seeing people say, thank you, Jackson. They really appreciate your gesture.
There's some people who are very kind. Yeah. Appreciated.
God bless.
Doing the best I can. And again, it's going on all week. So if I don't get to you today, just be patient is what I would say.
Like, how many people are typing in wanting a new name?
I've probably done about 30 today.
Really?
Yeah. I'd say somewhere in that ballpark.
Bullpack. Anyone need a ride of the Bullpack?
Yeah.
That's what I did a couple of springs.
Email in designer, heating, cooling. YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Michelob Ultra. YouTube chat, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson, Bennett Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Instead of just selling you a car, the Auto Loan Pro will help you get your life and your credit back on track. Little to no money down, going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes pro to do it right. Making a large purchase with financing can get complicated, especially if you've had some hiccups in your financial situation. But the Auto Loan Pro will help you get back on track. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders, so if you're financing a car, there's one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Pretty simple. Go to the website, autoloanpro.com. Scroll down, and you'll see the free playbook. Download the free playbook. It's right there online. That's going to help educate you on how to help get the car you want and a car in the future that you may want. By understanding how the credit industry works, you'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the program, on there as well. It's all one spot, autoloanpro.com. One thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. Autoloanpro.com for your next vehicle. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals lose last night in extra innings, 5-4 to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Back in action tonight as they first pitch at 6:45. Matthew Liberatore on the mound in 11 starts at Busch Stadium for Matthew Liberatore. He has a 3.8 ERA, and he's 4-4 on his record. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. And Doug, look who's in studio. It's Andy Crouppen. He's right over there.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, Andy.
I'm the handsome one over here in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I see that lid, I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous.
Well, when I get 10 inches, maybe I cut it, donate it, and then I can do something with it.
You think people would notice and think that I'm wearing like a toupee?
Lots of love.
Lots of love. That's right. Lots of love.
They really do great work these days. You know, do you ever know anybody who, I'm not good at spotting those, and I won't name any names.
Loves to spot them.
Spot the toupee?
Loves them.
That's a great game.
Timmy over there. And I go, what? He goes,
raccoon, 9 o'clock.
You go, it's a hair hat. We got a hat over there at 9 o'clock. That's exactly right, Mark. It sounds like you've been in part of the conversation over some Busch Lights.
It was someone I've known for a very long time, and it took me years until someone mentioned that, you know.
Yeah.
And
I like the way you nod.
Still can't spot it. But everyone else is like, are you nuts?
Do you perm your hair? No, it's just naturally curly.
It is naturally curly.
And isn't that great? Do you like it, or when you were a kid were you like, oh, this is the worst? But now I bet you like it. That's what I think's going on.
You know what? As silly it is, I've kept my hair short since I was 18. I cut my own hair with the clippers and just kind of cut it short. I don't know what happened. I just stopped cutting it. Some days I like it. Some days I don't. There's something that I weirdly like about when I look sort of unhinged.
Does that help in the courtroom?
Yeah, I was about to say, does that help?
No. At work, I try to tame it. But there are times when I feel like, you know, it is sort of an unhinged look and people don't mess with you.
How's the missus feel about it?
Depends on the day.
Is that right?
Depends on how it looks. Depends on how I have tamed it.
So you can kind of scale it back?
I have a limited amount of control.
Okay.
Not a ton. And most of that is probably because I've never had hair in my life and just don't know what to do. And none of my family has curly hair, so nobody can help me.
Did your dad make you cut it short as a kid? Was that sort of understood?
No, not at all. It was easy. You know what? I hate making a haircut appointment, and so I just started cutting it myself. And it would be like, like before I started growing, I'd be like cooking pasta for the kids. I'd put on water. I'm like, oh my God, I can't take this for one more minute. Run to the bathroom, get the clippers, cut it, and I'm back before the water's boiling.
It's a coping mechanism.
Really?
Wow.
I don't know about
OCD?
that. It's just like I would let it go until like it would just bother me. It was too long. It was uncomfortable, and it just, okay, that's it. I need a haircut now, this minute. I don't want to wait a week for an appointment. I want to cut now.
Doug goes and sees Jerry the barber over there.
I do, and I have for many, many years.
You know, if I had ever been able to establish a good relationship with someone who I liked and cut my hair and could get me in quickly, I would happily do that. There was a barbershop over in South City I went to for a while, but it was such a pain in the ass. You either had to make an appointment or like you go and you sit there for an hour and
read
wait.
The paper
yeah, it's not for me.
I'll go see
I'm
that
impatient.
guy, Jerry.
Yeah.
I like instant gratification.
You do make an appointment. You just call him, and you'll say, can you get me in? And go, yeah, come on by.
That's Jerry.
The appointment.
That's
I like this Jerry.
Yeah,
you would
give him his number.
Is he within a block of my house?
He's in Kirkwood.
Oh,
sorry. South. I
He's just fly to Kansas City.
Thumbed his nose at Kirkwood.
No,
Pioneer to take a shot.
No. I love Kirkwood. I think Kirkwood and Webster are some of the nicest communities in St. Louis. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
What I don't love is an appointment there that's 20 minutes from my home. But when I find myself there, I love it. It's great. We go to Britt's Bakehouse there because my wife is gluten-free, and they have this wonderful gluten-free bakery there. the Alpine Shop. Oh, my God, I could spend a long weekend in Kirkland.
Wow. Yeah. Does every barber shop have magazines that are like 5 years old? Kind of like going to your doctor.
Playboys from 1988.
Well, I've not seen any Playboys at Jerry's barber shop. But
No.
Does Jerry have that? Because I might start getting haircuts.
No, I haven't seen. I'm just in and out.
There's usually like a National Geographic from like 1989, and then
Used
there's
to be
a
Boy's Life.
yeah. The dentist has a Time magazine from
they were
10
all
years
active.
ago.
I do feel like, though, when I was a kid, there were Playboys at barber shops. Am I making that up?
Really?
I think so.
Where are you going?
Ted's of Clayton, probably.
Another live read.
Ted's been dead for 40
is that
years.
right?
Yeah.
I feel bad
but
for
it's the
Ted
opposite.
now.
He gets no benefit from that.
Eddie Crouppen of Brown and Crouppen with us here in studio. The presenting sponsor of TMA. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. Let me ask you this, because you were actually highlighted. Was it the Wall Street Journal, or was it was Wall Street Journal that did the article on downtown St. Louis, and you were quoted in it, and you guys have moved your offices, brand new offices, beautiful offices on the hill across from Ragazzi's, a little south of Adriana's, for those of you familiar with the various restaurants in town, and really impressive facility. We were talking about the Cardinals breaking the record for the lowest attendance last night by 5,000 at that ballpark, and trying to theorize. I mean, of course, it's a combination of circumstances, but at the same time, when we introduced the downtown and the perception of downtown portion to the conversation, it is material to it to point out that City outdrew the Cardinals in their game this past weekend. If you compare it to last night's attendance, and the Blues very well may have, as Martin's producer at Fox 2 made the opposite, may have more people in their building tonight than the Cardinals will in their building. And so that crime in the downtown thing doesn't necessarily hold up completely when you compare it to a franchise that's 5-6 blocks to the west and 8-10 blocks to the west in City. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the crime downtown does not help. The lack of restaurants downtown does not help. However, I think another component is there's a lot of competition, and you know, I don't want to be critical of the Cardinals, but I think there are some people think that the product that they are putting out right now is not the product they were putting out 10 years ago. And so when you combine all those factors, I think that hurts. I think people, obviously, the soccer team is new. It is exciting. The stadium is incredible. It's a wonderful product. And that's a lot of people. And there are only so many people who are going to a sports game in a day or a week or a month. And when you have that level of competition, I think you've got to really have a competitive team, or else people may go to the soccer game that maybe is a little more competitive, or the Blues game that may be a little more exciting. There are also so many games. So I think it is a combination of many circumstances. Listen, I was just having this conversation with my dad the other day. The Cardinals have won, the second most World Series we were talking about in Major League Baseball. And he said, well, I don't know. I think it could be a long time before that happened. And the reality is it probably won't be. The Cardinals are a storied franchise. They are going through a low point, but they'll be on top again, and everyone will be back jumping on the bandwagon. That stadium will be full. But I think if I were the owners of that team, I'd be doing everything I could to start making sure that team is successful, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think product is number one. The Savannah Bananas, both games this weekend are sold out. Friday and Saturday. Both
There's
games.
like a lottery to get tickets.
Yeah, I mean, it sold out quickly. Both games. So you're talking 40,000 people are showing up Friday. I know there's weather issues, but going into this weekend, people bought the tickets to go Friday and Saturday, 40,000 of them, to see a product they're interested in.
People love that.
Yeah, but if the Cardinals have a product people are interested in, like City does, like the Blues currently do, people will get in their car. They'll spend money to park. They'll spend money to go down there. I mean
you go to the City game, you don't even have to watch soccer to have a great time.
You don't even have to score, Doug. You don't have to score and have a great time.
The stadium itself is really just great. I remember years ago, I was at a customer service seminar, this big thing that a guy puts on. I don't remember where it was, maybe Atlanta. And I'm like, who the hell is this jackass walking around in a yellow suit? This is 10, 12 years ago. And somebody explained it to me. And over the years, I've watched that franchise grow. And he is a genius. He always walks around in that yellow suit, the owner of the Savannah Bananas. Super nice guy, super energetic, and really just did an unbelievable job creating that franchise. It's a really great
I don't really understand. They just kind of play a game, but they goof around. There's a guy
I think
on
it's the Harlem
stilts.
Globetrotters baseball
But
version.
do they have a opponent that they beat up upon? Is that
I think
right?
so.
Is there a Washington Generals?
Probably.
Yeah, they've moved
What if they
out of
played the
basketball.
Cardinals and beat up on them? That'd be in a twist.
Yeah. No, but it's a great fun.
Whatever you do with your dad, don't bring up Mizzou, okay? He tends to get a little sideways with the old alma mater.
Andy, always good to talk it over with you. It's Andy Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of this program, online at brownandcrouppen.com. The number is 314-222-2222. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks for having me.
There he is. It's Andy Crouppen of
See you
Brown and
soon.
Crouppen. See you, man. With us here in studio on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can watch and talk it over with Doug. 258 friends are in there talking it over, like Droid Effects, MD 2020, Walrus King, John Scores, and old Percy Blumpkin's in there.
Percy's there. Okay.
And,
Wonder where he's been lately.
and I have gotten 2 texts since Andy brought up that there were Playboys in barbershops, and they absolutely are vehement that there were indeed Playboys in barbershops in the 1980s. I had no idea. I guess I was missing out, and I feel badly about that.
It was like a Seinfeld subplot. A dentist had what's the penthouse in the waiting room.
It was on an episode?
Yeah, and then Jerry got some sort of like tooth pulled, and he woke up with his shirt untucked. It was tucked first, and then it was untucked.
And he thought the magazine might have been related?
Well, he thought that possibly Bryan Cranston, who was playing Dr. Tim Whatley, was fooling around with his nurse while Jerry was under, and for whatever reason, his shirt got untucked.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I don't think you could get away with that today.
Playboys in the waiting room?
I don't think you could.
What about the barbershop?
No, I don't think you could.
I guess
Somebody
because
would
it was just a
complain.
man's hangout, they could do that and nobody would complain. I don't remember that. I feel like it was always a 10-year-old magazine that you had never read in your life. Magazine would be sitting out.
Yeah, I never saw Playboy in a barbershop.
Maybe Jerry's got to take it up a notch.
Jackson's boy bodies texting in.
That's a new one. Changed that one just about an hour ago.
So what happens is you get a name and your texts increasingly are going to get read. The probability, anyway, says there's not enough noise in the stadium to drown out the hollering Hoosiers, 14 beers deep, who obviously had a batting average of 1 during their make-believe careers. That's from Jackson's boy body.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
Sounds like Kenny Wallace. That's awesome.
You know what's not awesome is when your garage door breaks.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Schaefer door.
That is not an awesome thing. In fact, that's a frustrating thing because you wouldn't need your car. You wouldn't try to get out unless you had somewhere where you needed to be. And then when it doesn't open up, you go, this is not good. So what do? Well, you call Schaefer Door. That's the name you need to know whenever you have any kind of garage door issue. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. And if you happen to run a business or warehouse and have those big, giant garage doors, yes, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well and can get you taken care of toot sweet. It's best to call or text at 636-782-3608. You probably won't remember that, so I'll give you the website. That's schaeferdoor.com. Only one F. SCHAEFER, schaeferdoor.com. The business has multiple family members that work there, big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you actually talk to a person when you call them on the phone, and their service techs are not commission-based. So remember that name whenever you have any kind of garage door issue. It is Schaefer Door. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Get involved on the program by calling in 314-974-0101, by texting in 314-399-9646, and by emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And there's another show running parallel 2 hours at youtube.com/TMASTL, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you're someone who is looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. He will help you every step of the way. If it is a new home you're looking to purchase, he'll get you to the closing table fast, right? 10 days. And he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the bagel loan that can help you out as well. You might ask, well, what is the bagel loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan.
Let it breathe.
Okay, but I'm gonna be your ruler.
This is serious music here. This is not fooling around.
Is her name Royal?
The song is called
Was it
Royals.
Lord?
Lord was
with an E, Martin.
Kind of
with an
like
E.
the lead was LEDE yesterday.
But that was corrected to be LEAD.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, that was just one person's school.
The Pointer Institute.
Yeah, well, I don't give much credit to the Pointers.
Why not?
Pointer's Pizza had the really big pizza, right?
Yeah, Doug, is that a Hanley and Clayton?
I don't know.
Is it a Big Ben in Clayton?
I wasn't there.
Right by the Amoco side, right?
A little west.
Okay.
Jackson, you've got this college basketball corner.
Oh yeah,
8-2.
Yeah, 8-2.
CBB corner.
Are you back? You back from?
I never left.
Well, I know,
But you've been doing a lot of clerical in the text inbox with people giving you their names that they want. They don't want to be phone numbers. They want to be names.
No doubt. And I've done my best to satisfy as many of those requests as I can. Can't get to all of them. Some of them certainly just simply will not be put in there. I won't do it. But most, about 97% have been added in there. So a pretty good head start on that today. But yeah, well, college basketball corner. My question that Martin teased earlier in the program, and no fault to Martin.
You're off the hook, Martin.
Do you prefer a Final Four with a Cinderella underdog team to root for, or more into this kind of Final Four where the four best all season get to do battle?
This year, yes.
Yeah.
Because this year it looked like there were four teams, maybe five, that were in a different class than everybody else. I honestly don't recall. I know Kansas played Memphis in that 2008 year, and it was all 4-1 seeds, but I don't remember the other two. Do you remember the other two?
No.
I know that information is classified, so
it's not out there.
We won't be able to access it. But this year, if you were following college basketball, Houston's kind of a little bit, off-brand, but I mean, they've been to Final Fours left and right here as of late. And the ACC was down relative to its usual expectations, and certainly Auburn isn't a historic college basketball brand, but this year they have been thought to be the best team. And I would imagine most people, if you asked people to pick, if you asked 100 college basketball fans to pick, I would think it would be Duke number one, Florida number two, and Auburn, who's been this number one throughout the course of the year, would probably get the third most picks, and then I would think Houston would fly under the radar. I'll be intrigued to see how Houston handles Duke and if that defense can translate and match up with Duke and pull off the upset on Saturday. And from my standpoint, absolute coin flip between Florida and Auburn.
Oh, God, that 2008. Wow, Final Four was awesome.
Chalk.
That was UCLA with Kevin Love and Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, that's right. UCLA was in there.
North Carolina with Tyler Hansborough, Ty Lawson.
Cats and dogs.
Danny
Doug.
Green. Oh, my God. Yeah. Wayne Ellington. People forget, but he was a real bucket.
We don't need that kind of commentary.
You like that real bucket?
No.
That's not only like four of the best teams, but a lot of star power there, too. 08. Shout out to 08.
Shout out to 08.
Yeah. And Mario Chalmers is the hero of it all. Isn't that odd? He was the one who came out victorious.
Yes, I remember that. I think it depends because, like, Villanova finished the deal, and that was just a great run. But other times, like a George Mason gets there, you're like, all right, they're going to get dusted. And then I don't remember their national semifinal. But sometimes it's fun for that Cinderella to get there, and then you're like, all right, now it's over.
Yeah.
And you already know, like, VCU is not going to win the national championship. Although Loyola, I think they lost their game, but could have won. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember who they played in the national semifinal, but it was a game. I think it was in San Antonio, in fact. But I think a winnable game to get to the national championship. But largely, those Cinderella stories sort of end as soon as they get to the final.
There wasn't a Cinderella that even came close this year, that even got a sniff. There was nobody in there.
Seth Davis liked all those teams to make a run.
Yes, he did.
They're all going to make a run.
BYU they were a 6 seed, and they got leg whipped by Alabama. But
Did they ever?
Nobody else even came close.
I just think that speaks less so to like those. I think the 12, 13 seeds are as good as they usually are. It's that these 1 and 2 seeds were so good, especially the 4-1 seed. I mean, it's obvious they're in the Final Four, but we're going back. I mean, 1996 is when the Ken Pom metric started, and these teams have been in the top 10 of the Ken Pom all time, and all in the same season. That's unheard of.
Well, they've got some outstanding players, that's for sure. I wonder if the portal has something to do with that, where some of the very best players are all migrating to just a handful of teams now?
Well, here's what it is, and it's something that I do think is, if you enjoy Cinderellas in the NCAA tournament, this, of course, being a super small sample size of a year, but, I mean, who's one of the most dynamic players in the Final Four? The obvious one, I guess, would be Cooper Flagg. Jackson, if I go next, who else? See if
Walter Clayton
There
Jr.
you go. Well, he didn't start in Gainesville. He started at Iona. And so these guys who don't get opportunities, they flash at these schools and they're gone, and they're not going to, they don't have to sit on the bench and wait, and they don't have to sit on the bench and stay. And so that talent starts to matriculate. It's similar to what we're seeing with coaches. It's just gone on always with coaches, but if you make a run, you move up pretty damn quickly. The domino effect of the coaching job's always there. I just feel like it's even quicker now because teams can turn around their fortunes so quickly. And so I do wonder if we will see a decrease percentage-wise. It doesn't mean the Cinderellas will go away completely, but a decrease percentage-wise on the Cinderellas over the next 3 years.
Yeah. Now, also, this is a tweet from my guy, John Rothstein. He's tweeted the 4 teams in the Final Four. They had 29 players play a double-figure minutes, combined 29 players. 20 of those players were with their respective programs last season. 4 were freshmen, 5 were transfers. Retention still matters.
Doug, retention still matters.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that some of these players are making big money in college, they're likely to hang there another year.
Yes,
maybe
that's
a year
another
or two
thing.
longer. Guys
like, Walter Clayton will play in the league, but like a guy like Mark Sears at Alabama, who is just a king down there, an incredible college basketball player, likely not a very high pick in the NBA draft. I think some places have him late second round this year. Like a guy like that can stay at college and just ball out and make a lot of money. It's like Kai Zegler at Tennessee has been there for a while. You can just be great, and you don't necessarily have to go to the next level to make a lot of money.
Right.
He's a king down there. I like that.
Mark Sears, absolutely.
But I think to your point there, where these coaches just bounce around players, if you're and Illinois did that with Marcus Damask last year, and then Humrick House was a role player, but he came from Evansville. So you just pick off those players left and right. And Danny Mack said this to me one day. He said the mid-majors are never going to make a run because all their best players are going to get picked off by the better D1 programs.
For sure.
So anybody who's pretty good, all of a sudden the next year is in the Big Ten. The next year is in the SEC. So those schools are going to always have the top talent.
They just have to tweak the system a little bit, don't they?
Some sort of uniform rules.
Maybe you can transfer once and play right away. Second time you sit out a year. Or certainly the timing where you can't be transferring during the season.
Right.
I don't think there's very many coaches that really like the system right now. Probably all the players love it. They're all free agents all the time.
Well, I think some coaches are pretty big fans of it.
I would think some coaches love it.
Yeah, I think Rick Pitino's kind of been like out for it, being like, yeah, I'm like, he's like, I'm not recruiting high school players this year.
That's got to be the greatest.
Yeah, I'm not. He's like, I'm not.
They're having their own players recruited right off their roster.
That's the give and take of it all. But you have to get players in. Players have to leave. And again, I just don't think it's an indictment of a program if a player leaves. It's just the player doing the best for themselves. Just like a coach leaving is an indictment of their former program.
I would much rather be a basketball coach where I need 2 or 3 guys to make a difference than a football coach where 10 and 11 players can all leave.
Rebuilding
at once.
an offensive line.
God.
Yeah, that can be brutal.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. You're welcome to participate by calling in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. You're also welcome to text into the program, 314-399-9646. Jackson updating the text inbox with all the names. You can get that done between now and next Monday. And then after that, you got to wait till May, Doug.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
An email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The Puck Cancer second shift charity hockey game is this Friday night at the Centene Community Ice Center. You can tune in this Friday afternoon to hear the Fast Lane broadcasting live before the game from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. from the E&B Granite Studio. Tickets are on sale now for the second annual Puck Cancer second shift alumni game. See the Blues alumni face off against the Blackhawks alumni in a rivalry game in support of Siteman Cancer Research and the V Foundation for Cancer Research. Grab your tickets now for the game this Friday night to support those two great organizations, and then tune in to the pregame this Friday afternoon for the Fast Lane Live from the E&B Granite Studio at Centene Community Ice Center. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Let's talk about Together Credit Union as well as City SC 2025, the season underway, and TCU proud partners with St. Louis City SC. One of the best ways to gear up for the match is an exclusive St. Louis City SC debit card. Get that with Together Credit Union. Together Credit Union, the only place to find the official fan debit card, which comes with a free lifetime My City Plus membership. And why is that important? Well, My City Plus comes with several benefits, including priority access to single game match tickets. Those are hard to come by. Limited edition drops as well. City cashback rewards, special member only events and experiences as a special bonus. All City SC debit and credit card holders will receive express entry into matches at Energizer Park. How do you get this card? It's pretty simple. Open a personal checking account online at togethercu.org or stop by any of the Together Credit Union local branches. There are 14 all around town. You love City, you love soccer, sign up, get the debit card, the credit card with City SC right there on it. No cost for the City SC debit card. So don't wait. Sign up today. Stop by or go online. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Doug, you wanted Lindsey Buckingham.
I did really bad.
I bet you didn't expect this, though.
I didn't see it coming. No, that's for sure. I need to plan better, I think.
Yeah. Show prep. Is Lisa on the line? She's texting in. I guess she's wanted to talk about this.
She was, but she dropped. Lisa, call back in. I got my eyes on the phone.
Oh, that's the chairman. Look at that. 314-974-0101.
Who else dropped? Larry Nickel dropped. All the greats.
Larry Nickel comes and goes.
I never know when he's on. Is he just sitting there sometimes?
Watching ER. Mark Hanna is a sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. If you call 314-889-0503 and you talk with Mark, I would say in about 15 minutes, you're going to feel better about two things: your financial situation, and then about life. Maybe three.
Because he's
world.
a Sherpa.
He's just a likable sort with a great mental equilibrium, spiritual equilibrium. It's like he's in a meditative trance, nurse.
You could be in a trance and in the stance.
Can you?
Yeah.
Sure.
Trance stance? Yeah.
You ever meditate, Jackson? I could see you meditating.
Yeah.
Middle show?
You do. What do you think about?
The idea is not to think about
During
anything.
the blues segments, are you over there meditating?
I feel like I look over there and sometimes he's meditating.
That's a form. That's a form of meditation.
So you think about nothing.
Well, you think about stuff, you acknowledge the thought, and then you let it go.
Mark Hanna participated. Oh, it was the call, Mark's call, where he referenced Clorox. That's right.
That's right.
Mark wanted
Clorox.
Mark, the caller, reasonable fella,
I'd say.
was regretting that they didn't trade Binnington, and this is in the wake of the 9-game winning streak.
That's
So
right.
it didn't go over so well.
Did not play well with the audience, including 9 o'clock hour sponsor Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. If I go back to my 20s, Doug, I do two things. I keep taking Propecia, and I get a financial advisor. It would have been nice to have met Mark Hanna back in my 20s. You need a financial advisor. I can't say that's like when I meet with young, we had one come down to watch the program when we were down or after the program, Ballpark Village. Doug met him. Jackson, you met him too.
Wonderful guy.
And great guy. Yeah, writes for the Missourian, covers Missouri for the Missourian. And is interested in getting involved in the industry. Doug did his Scared Straight program with him. But I was saying, here's what I would tell you about the industry. And here's, if I could, I'd tell you this too. Get a financial advisor. Get a financial advisor in your 20s, and what it will do for you. It is magical. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. Here is Lisa's text. Tim, I respectfully disagree about Tony/Whitey not getting more out of their athletes. Of course they would, and here is the big difference. They would demand trades. Rasmus, for one, they would not. Mo and DeWitt, hence why Mo and DeWitt only wanted rookie managers. And to say better leaders don't set expectations and culture that impacts all of us is a little silly. Thank you, Army, for hiring Monty. That's from Lisa. Now, I realize that I think that was sent in a little disjointed, and Lisa's texted, and so I know that she usually sends texts that might have been speak to text. But anyway, what I was saying maybe last hour is I don't put the Cardinals' recent struggles on Oli Marmol. And if that is something that we disagree on, that's totally cool. I put it more on the organization, and if I were ranking it, I would put it on ownership, and then I would put it on John Mozeliak. And what I said was, pick Bruce Bochy, pick whomever you want to pick, if you think is the best manager. I don't think that manager would have led the Cardinals to success in 2023. By saying I disagree about Tony Whitey not getting more out of their athletes, I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I was saying that the 2023 team was doomed because it had damn near no starting pitching. And that's that Whitey Herzog or Tony LaRussa wasn't going to fix that.
Some of the best managers in the games have had bad teams that went nowhere. Whitey Herzog, an example of that. When you got the players, it's easy. When you don't have the players, it's darn near impossible.
Have the tides changed in favor of Marmol? That's from the St. Charles Illini.
Well, possibly.
I'll say this, and I know you guys have we've only been doing TMA here 5-6 months. But with Jackson and we did Balloon Party starting in January 2022, and there were a lot more anti-Marmol texts. Not in 22, of course. He was being talked about as manager of the year in 22, but in 23 and 24. And I don't see that now. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. I just don't see the volume of it. It's more directed toward frustration with the DeWitts or Mozeliak. Doesn't mean that the Marmol frustration doesn't exist. It's just more directed toward the direction of the ownership/organization and not the manager at the moment.
And they have had 3 straight who were not your typical candidates. Mike Matheny was doing a radio show with Sassy Cassie, and all of a sudden then he's managing the Cardinals.
He fought the Sassy Cassie ad.
He didn't like the ad as much as I did.
I do like the whistle, though. I'd love to hear that right now. Made the whole commercial for me come to life.
Mike Schilt, who did not do a show with Sassy Cassie.
No.
Was somebody who had been with the organization for a long time, but was not a, quote, big-name hire. And then Oli Marmol had been with the organization, not a big-name hire. I think 2 things can be true, where they like to reward their longtime coaches, people who have put in their time at the lower levels. But also it's probably a side benefit. Hey, we're kind of in charge here. You're the manager, but the way the game has moved, we kind of call the shots. The managers are not the power brokers they used to be. The days of the LaRussas, the Bocci's, those are very rare. That's just sort of the way the game had shifted. So I think both could be true. They want to reward someone like Schilt. They want to reward someone like Oli Marmol, but they also realize they sort of hold all the cards in those.
So specific to 2011, and I'd be real curious about this, because I think at this point, Martin, you may know better than any of us, LaRussa knew he was leaving well before the announcement, and I'm talking going back a couple months. Is that accepted? I know you had him on your podcast on a regular basis. Have you ever talked about that?
I feel like it was it like late August, early September?
Yes.
You know, kind of the final, going into the final month, he thought it's time.
Yes. Now, the question then becomes is when did the Cardinals know they were hiring Mike Matheny? And I have theorized, and I may have told this story before on this show, and if I have, I apologize. It'll be a 20-second version. But with Matheny, who was our surprise guest last week, he was doing a show under the umbrella of Inside STL. And we had the 1 to 3 p.m. time slot on KFNS. And he did it once a week with John Mabry and Mike Claiborne. And the Cardinals were playing the Phillies Game 5, Halladay, Carpenter, and I asked him to come on. The show stopped at the end of the regular season, and now I think it's better if I just stop doing appearances now. The show's over, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, all right, whatever. He goes, it would be great if I could, because I caught both Halladay and Carpenter, but I just think it's better if I don't. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then like a month later, he's named manager, and I've always gone back and thought he knew he was going to be manager then. I don't know that. But I just thought it was odd for him not to come on because of that. So then that gets me to the question of when did the Cardinals know that Mike Matheny was going to be the next manager? Now, I know they interviewed Terry Francona.
But didn't they do it in Cincinnati? They didn't even bring him here. It might even been at the airport or something.
I think they interviewed Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah.
He was kind of an up-and-coming
was a
perspective.
candidate.
Supposedly. But obviously that series with the Phillies, that's early October. And LaRussa hadn't made the announcement publicly, but I think the organization knew at the time. So why do I bring that up? Why is it material to this conversation? From my perspective, John Mozeliak never had more equity than he did in late October of 2011. That was his organization, his team. 2006 was not. That was Walt Chocoty's. And if Mozeliak was going, and I think that this is an accepted truth, it's not like they don't talk to each other. We saw them interacting last week when LaRussa followed Mozeliak on the show, and we were doing the show from Ballpark Village, but they butted heads. Is that an accepted?
Absolutely.
Public?
And there was the quote one year where Mozeliak said, I picked the players, and LaRussa said, I picked the lineup. But remember that quote
they
came
went
out.
Back and forth. And obviously what Lisa, I think it was Lisa or maybe somebody else decided the Rasmus thing would be an example. And so if John Mozeliak has the equity that he has following the World Championship, and he might go, I don't want to deal with that kind of thing again. And Terry Francona might not be as banty as Tony LaRussa, but I want somebody that I can have a little more control over. Then that is how you wind up with somebody who doesn't have the experience, and you get Mike Matheny. There are people who are high up or were high up in the Cardinal organization who feel like they would have won more World Series, not just another appearance in the postseason, had Tony stuck around for 12, 13, 14, and 15. They felt like there was that big of a gap between what he was able to do and what Mike Matheny was able to do and the caliber of roster they had. And I realize that sounds like a shot at Matheny. It also can be viewed as a compliment with LaRussa. And that's why I asked Tony when he was sitting with us a few days ago, I said, hey, do you ever look back on it like Vermeil did and go, oh, my God, I made a mistake? And he was back to coaching the Chiefs within a year or two? And he said something along the lines of the weight of the responsibility of throwing at guys was weighing on him too much, which is kind of a surprising
I was surprised
answer.
it was that specific to just that aspect of the game.
But obviously
Sassy Cassie had nothing to do with any of this.
Full swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
Right there. That sent Mike Matheny to the Cardinal dugout.
That was the
moment.
Well, if you leave Cassie behind, we'll probably hire you. But Doug loves it.
It's the whistle.
But the Matheny hire worked out. They were too patient in moving on. I think the Schild hire was, you know what I'm saying? And if you look back, even though it may have been for controlling purposes, now, would you argue a Francona or Morrison, maybe they would have won a World Series, but Matheny had success. Schild had success. I guess Oli, first season success. But I do think the reasons behind it is influenced by the fact I'm in charge now.
Yes.
And but it's also a baseball thing. There's so many of those managers you've never heard of in the front office. They supposedly Dave Roberts, who makes what, $10 million a year, gets handed the lineup every day by the front office. It's sort of the way of the baseball world.
And I guess you could argue it makes more sense to have a bunch of people crunching numbers and doing the analytics and coming up with a consensus than one guy in the dugout just playing hunches. You could argue that it makes more sense this way.
I'll take Whitey and a Busch beer can over a computer, Doug. I'm going to take Whitey and a Busch beer can over the computer.
I probably would,
You
too.
running for office with that one?
That's like bait. You're going to send out an anti-Kroenke tweet after that one? Lisa is back on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yes, Lisa, good morning.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hi, Lisa.
One, hey, guys, everybody have a good day. One thing I want to tell, it doesn't matter about crime, prices, or anything. If the St. Louis Cardinals are winning, people are going to go. So that's one thing. Let's just call that what it is. People are going to go. You put a product, they're going to attend. But what I mean with regards to the managers that Mo has hired, something is not working, and so we can all put our collective head in the sand and act like it is. Oh, Matheny hey, I like Mike Matheny. I can tell you where I was when he cut his hand in 2000. I like Mike Matheny. But your predecessor I saw one time at an event, and they don't want pushback. But, you're right. There's all kinds of managers throughout baseball. This city and this fan base like a manager that's strong. I don't care what they do in Boston with Alex Cora or Detroit with A.J. Hinch. This city and this fan base likes a manager. And, you say reward a longtime employee, then give him a watch. This is a Major League Baseball team. Only 30 of these jobs in all of the world. But I do believe that different leaders bring different things. Hell, it's the same damn team down the street. And Monty, and what I respect about Army, he went out and got the best coach he could. You honestly can sit in those chairs and think that Marmol is the best that's out there with Skip Schumacher down in Texas in an office. And don't tell me he lost last year, because he won the year before and he will win again. So my frustration comes from the fact they have destroyed it. The fans are sick of it. It's been, look at 16, 17, 18. And in 2022, that was so awesome because we had Albert, Waino, and Yachty, who are all Waltz guys. I know Mozeliak drafted, but who developed them? So the frustration is they're not committed to winning. And if we can't spend the most guys, then your dugout has to be the smartest, and so does your front office. And we're not the smartest in either one right now.
But do you think they're losing? But are they losing because of Marmol? Or are they losing because the roster and the players haven't been good enough?
Both. I think it's both. But here's where it ties together. If you have a strong leader in that dugout, Martin, who says, I need stronger players and I'm not going to tolerate it. But Marmol's in a position, he knows it's like Schilt. We know Schilt, or what we think we know. Schilt pushed back, and Schilt got canned.
I don't think that's that simple, to be honest with you. I think there's more to that story, but that's not for me to say.
Okay, and I've heard that too, so that's fair. But my point is, our town, our fan base, the kind of managers that we gravitate to. Hell, I didn't like LaRussa the first year either over Ozzie Smith and Royce Clayton. But he won me over because he showed how he can win. But I don't think Marmol has any teeth, so I just don't respect him. And I want a manager that has some teeth. So, and I think I probably represent some of the fan base. And it's not working. It's not working. It's not. Look, there were 20,000 people in the stands. I think it's just sad, you guys. But anyway, and I'm sure some of you have personal relationships with Marmol, so you're colored by being friends with him. I get that and respect it. I just want a manager that I feel like has been there, done that, and has some pedigree, and he has a history of winning somewhere besides Palm Beach. So anyway, thanks for taking my call. And I always listen, so have a really good day, you guys.
Thank you, Lisa.
All right, Lisa.
Jackson, what do you describe Lisa as?
Hot takes.
Gem.
Doug, she's a gem.
Yeah, but she's very specific. I'm not buddies with Oli Marmol. We have a good relationship, but I think it's what Tim said earlier. If you bring in Bruce Bochy, last year, 2023, how many more games are they winning with that roster? And Tony did push back. He did have teeth. And what happened? They had the feud in the paper where Mozeliak said, I picked the players. And LaRussa said, I make out the lineup. So I don't know. I think Tony had maybe the biggest difference, I would say, is Tony had DeWitt's ear. So if he really wanted to, he could play that card. Like, Bill, we got to do something here, man. He could go over Mo's head, which I don't think Oli would do. But I don't think it's incredibly different, the dynamic. Even though Tony was established Hall of Fame manager, he still couldn't make the moves that if Mozeliak said, we're not doing it, you can complain all you want.
Well, we asked Oli in spring training who makes the moves, who makes the lineups, changes the pitchers, and he was adamant that he does all of it.
Yeah. Right. Well, I'm talking more about roster and additions players need. I mean, Mozeliak, when he was in charge, remember when he traded Chris Duncan? That was not popular with LaRussa or Dave Duncan, but he did it because he felt he needed to move him out of St. Louis. He was calling the shots then, even with Tony as the manager. So I think it's a little overstated, not LaRussa's greatness or his competitive fire, but I think the effectiveness of getting things done that he, quote, wanted, I don't know. I'm not sure that would change dramatically.
But the bottom line is it's a player's game. And the perfect example of that is Joe Torre, who couldn't win anything here, gets the job in New York, and now he's in the Hall of Fame as a manager. It's the players that do it. As a manager, there isn't anything you can do to help somebody go out and hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball or to get a top hitter out throwing 100. You can't. You put your players in the best situation you can and hope for success, but you can't choreograph very much in baseball like you can in football or basketball. You can't. It's a player's game, and without the players, no manager wins.
Graybeard said, don't compare Tony to Marmol. I'm not comparing the two. I'm just telling you the dynamic with Mozeliak running the team is what we're talking about in that situation. How much power do you have and the implication? And Lisa, I get it. Tony's got way more career credibility. I'm just saying Tony could bitch all he wanted. If the front office didn't make the moves, it didn't matter. And there aren't many occasions where I would say he trumped them and they signed a guy just because it was Tony. I think Marmol, for the most part, is going to be good or bad if the team, Doug, if the players are good, he'll probably be better. Yeah. Potential manager there in 2022. Largely why? One guy, Albert Pujols, went nuts, saved the season.
Well, the best thing they could do now would get a shipment of torpedo bats and take it out of the manager's hands, and then everything they hit leaves the park. The manager's always going to catch heat here. It's just the way it is. The fans tend to love the players and blame the manager. And if they win, they love the players even more, and the manager didn't have much to do with it. And
They love the fans, not money.
Yeah, that too.
At least
and
one
if they
time,
lose, the manager blew it.
And Rasmus, part of that was getting weird with the family, but the key there was Mozeliak was determined to fix the pitching in the bullpen, and Rasmus was the perfect piece to move. Yes, Tony didn't get along with Rasmus. The number one power move Tony had with Mo was Rolen, and LaRussa and Mozeliak says he still regrets that he actually did it. He got Troy Glaus instead of Scott Rolen the next year. Jesus.
Oh, Mozeliak says he regrets that?
Yeah, he said that's his number one regret. Is trading Rolen.
And that was Tony wanting to get...
Mozeliak's on the record. He has said that. When he took over, it was the first winter meetings in 2007. And he said the agent for Rolen called and said, we got to get him out. And LaRussa said, we want him out. They've all agreed, got to go. And he said, I wish I had just said no. But he said, I was the new GM, made the move, and you end up with Troy Glaus. He said, I really wish I would have... That's one where Tony did get his way and wanted Rolen out, and Mozeliak says, I regret that. But Rasmus, clearly there were issues there. But that trade deadline deal in 2011 was all done to find a way to beef up the bullpen and add pitching. They needed a little more in the starting staff. You got Edwin Jackson, then you got Zipchinski and Dotel, part of that convoluted deal. So, yes, I'd love when Tony would battle in the paper and question the moves they were or were not making. He was mad at Wall with those Pedro Borbon and Esteban Yan. We theorized that he was pitching them every day just to kind of stick it to Walt.
Governor Steve Klein told me that was what was going on. And he goes, Skipper, he used a baseball jargon term. He goes, oh, yeah, he's running him out there just to shove it up Walt's ass. That's what he's doing there. He just wants to show him that he's, okay, this is what you're going to give me. This is what these guys can do. I'll run them out there all the time. And he said that's what was going on in 2003.
But the Mozeliak thing's fascinating because there's what we're talking about now, having the juice as the manager to dictate to the front office. Tony clearly had it. Mo's a brand new GM. And those Rolen and LaRussa did not like each other, to put it mildly. And there's a famous story there that Scott, if he ever wants to call in, I did text him last week to be on the show. And I mean, Mo showed up, Tony showed up, Scott did not.
He did not. I'm sure he wanted to.
He was probably thinking about it.
Maybe he couldn't find the place.
There's the famous moment in the clubhouse, season ends, and Tony would always do, and this has been told to me by several people, there would be a ballot in the room if you wanted Tony back or not. And Scott said, I don't think we need a secret ballot. I don't want you back. Said it in the room to his face.
Scott said it to Tony?
Yes. That's my clear understanding. And that didn't help their relationship.
I wouldn't think. No.
And then Frank has the story when Tony sent a letter to Scott about their relationship. And I said, first of all, who sends a letter? And it was detailing all of the issues they had with each other. And Steve Stepanovich was Scott Rolen's neighbor. And he goes, oh, yeah, I saw the letter. Yeah, this has all been.
What caused the friction?
I think, and I don't remember 2006, though, Tony took him out of the lineup in the NLCS.
And I thought that was one of the best managerial moves that he made. And I remember saying that when Edmonds and I were doing the show that we were doing, and he goes, oh, you like that? And I go, hell yeah, I loved it. He goes, well, he almost lost the clubhouse with that. There was a riot when he did that. And I go, oh, is that right? But I thought it was a brilliant move. Of course, this is an example of we talk on the microphones and not having an idea of what's going on in the clubhouse. And I loved that move. And 7 years later, Edmonds is telling me all hell broke loose when he did it. So that was the beginning?
Well, I don't know if that's the only piece to it. They certainly just... they did not see eye to eye. It seemed like on anything.
Yeah, but I wonder if there had to be something before that, I would think. Because that would strike me as being... I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I would think there had to be something about before that, but maybe
I don't know the whole origin.
But he stuck around for 2007. You know, it didn't end after
coming off 06. Right. Yeah, you win the World Series, and hopefully things are going to get better. And I don't remember, did Rolen question the medical staff, like in a Strauss article, and that could also tick off the franchise? Anyway, the whole point is that dynamic. LaRussa versus the front office, Oli versus... My understanding last year is Oli went to Mo and said, you got to fix this bench. We got a terrible bench.
Doug Janet's on the line, and she wants to talk about it. She wants to talk about it. This is, like I told you, it's a female. She's not on. Oh! Oh,
what happened to Jen?
She could have been going after Mario in Chicago for a Charlotte take.
The epidemic of going to the phone lines and they just disappear.
Yeah, what's going on there?
I don't know. I'm
Wait 2 more seconds
here if they don't start.
It's a big drop. It's a big drop Tuesday.
You're welcome to call into the program. We got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Well, you want to make sure you got a green lawn this spring and summer. There's a way to do that. You call Green Envy. They'll come out to your house and get that lawn looking like a fairway at a golf course. They do fantastic work at Green Envy. Been in business in St. Louis for over a decade now. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our local soil types, weather conditions, kinds of turfs. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used. They deploy a special crabgrass preventer. That's a trade secret to make sure that crabgrass doesn't take over your lawn. Their service professionals are commercially licensed applicators, are certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. This ensures you have a trained professional on your property, no part-timers or high school kids applying who knows what to your yard. That's not how they work. Their program has no hidden fees, no contracts. I've used Green Envy for a couple of years, and I can vouch for you. Your neighbors might be coming over and taking selfies in front of your grass because it looks so great. Call them at 636-655-3689. The website is greenenvylawns.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The NFL owners have tabled voting on the Green Bay Packers' proposal to ban the tush push in order to have further discussion, sources are telling ESPN's Adam Schefter. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, Boogie Nights?
I don't know.
Eric Burden? Mm-hmm. I feel like this would have been in the Burkett household. You're growing up, maybe.
This is the pool party oneer shot in Boogie Nights. The camera goes underwater. Really cool. Yeah. The Colonel shows up just moments later.
Gabe DeArmond, we're hosting the Mizzou Tiger Club of St. Louis. Yes.
We'll send a camera. What time, Tim?
High noon, Martin, Llewellyn's, Webster Groves. Come on out.
All right. M-I-Z.
Bye.
C-O-U.
Tiger.
Timid. Why don't you go, Jackie? Show some support.
Yeah, exactly. You know I'd be there if you were doing it.
I do know that. You said Llewellyn's and Webster?
That's right.
I was just there.
Oh, well, then never mind.
Yeah. Spot. No, it's not. It's a place I frequent.
Yeah. Kind of tucked back in there.
I kind of like that element of it.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Is that Moody Avenue?
Yes.
I want to say it.
Nice, Martin. Yeah. Right parallel to Lockwood there.
Not far from James Carlton. Coach Carlton's right around the corner.
Mm-hmm. That's bingo.
Bingo.
Nicely done. You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. And for the first week of April, you are able to get your name changed from a phone number to the name you want used on the program, 314-399-9646. And you are also welcome to participate in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, and email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can get involved on the program. Doug, one of the things that's gotten attention from the Cardinals this year, outside of the attendance, outside of the 3-1 start, is Wilson Contreras eating bat tape.
Yeah, eating bat tape.
What do we have here? This sounds like a cat. Would you call it a vehicle, Martin? The cat, that's my guess. But it says MLB interviews Wilson Contreras and Lars Nootbaar.
Yeah, so like the MLB, I found this audio from Foul Territory via Major League Baseball's account. Yep. So I believe the people with Major League Baseball did the interview with both Wilson Contreras and Lars Nootbaar.
What happened was I was on top of bat. I think it was 3-2 count, and I used my timeout. And right before I entered the box, I noticed that my lizard skin was off the bat. So I started taking it off. Then I realized that I have 10 seconds left. So I have no option to throw it away. Just eat it. That's it.
We saw this after the game. We were in the cold tub watching it. right when he looks at the picture, his eyes are wide open. That's the funniest clip. And I changed that picture to our team group chat.
Have you seen the video of it? He's at bat. He starts shoves the tape in his mouth as if it's Hubba Bubba.
You think he swallowed it?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
And why couldn't he just throw it on the ground?
I think he was in such a hurry.
Yeah, because the pitch clock. The pitch clock.
If he had time to put it in his mouth, he'd had time to just throw it on the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe thought that was disrespectful. Doug's pro littering, apparently.
Well, it's really distracting from the fact that he needs a tennis racket up there currently.
Yes. Yeah. I still don't understand what tape he was removing from the bat.
Like the tape around the
handle?
Handle, yeah, the grip.
They don't usually put tape
But you
on
don't see that often unless you're playing at Forest Park on a Sunday afternoon with a keg.
I think people use bat tape often.
I've never seen it unravel. And
I've never seen that. Yeah, I've never seen that.
Doug, good news. Janet is back. We've had these misconnections throughout the course of today on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Janet is back. Good morning, Janet. You're on 101 ESPN with Jackson Burkett.
Yes, what I would like to say is something that you guys are missing the point of.
What's that?
When Mozeliak came on board, he dismantled the organization. That was the winning organization. The Cardinals knew how to play ball. They knew how to do everything. And he came on board with his philosophy. He forced it on the managers, and that's what caused the downfall of the Cardinals.
What did he dismantle?
not anything else. It's what he did to the organization. He was an accountant. He came on board to make money, to turn the team into a business instead of a game. And that's where it's wrong. Now that he's leaving, it seems like they're finally going to put the organization back together. That organization used to be one that everybody admired. Everybody gave them respect, and the players wanted to play for them. But then he came on board, and he changed everything. His philosophy is what was us to lose. That's what's caused the fans to leave. They want to see real baseball. They don't want to see the boring crap that he was putting on the field for years. There's the problem.
What did he dismantle specifically? What did he dismantle?
Dismantled the minor leagues. He went away from the way that George Kissel taught them to play the ball. Players come up, they're not ready to play, and then when they don't do launch angle and whatever crap he thinks they need to be doing, that's when they send them back to the minors. They break their hearts, they break their spirit, and it's just, he's caused all the problem. I'm so glad he's going, and I'm glad to see them starting to play baseball again the way baseball was meant to play.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Are you still going to the games, or are you boycotting now out of your anger?
Unfortunately, I'm 82 years old. I watch every game at home, and that's what I have to do now. Okay. My family goes, but I can't go anymore because the new stadium is not really as handicap-friendly as the old one was.
Is that right? Really? Really?
Yes. So that's one thing, the seats are too small. And for another thing, it's just hard to get there. There's too many elevators and escalators. I'm in a wheelchair. It's just not very friendly.
I didn't know that.
Sorry to hear that.
I didn't know that.
But you're a diehard fan nonetheless.
Yes.
I like the passion. I think Mo has made some mistakes. When she said they crushed their spirit, I felt like that with Walker when he's gotten shipped out. So I think they've made plenty of mistakes. I don't know that he dismantled the organization. I think some of the restructuring that they're doing now, things that weren't happening at the minor league level, is shocking. But that's more of a budgetary thing. Like they cut back on a lot of stuff. I think.
Well, that's what he was brought in to do.
But who's doing whose work? The ownership is what you'd be saying then.
I think Mr. DeWitt, the old fella, the oldest guy, the one.
You're 82. Call him the old fella. I like that.
The one that's my age, he actually really likes baseball. And I think that this whole thing is part of the changing the regime, more or less. I don't think it was his idea to bring in Mozeliak. I think that they want to make more money, and Bill loved the game.
So who's okay? Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's your show. What if Big Bill or the old fella didn't want to hire Mozeliak? Then who did? Who made that decision?
I think his son did.
I disagree with that. I would actually tell you, Janet, respectfully, that's lunacy.
That his son wanted to be more of a business, and Bill liked it being a game.
No, that's inaccurate. Mr. DeWitt and Bill III will tell you that's my dad's call.
Again, I'm enjoying the show.
Me too, Baseburger.
I respect the thought, but that's lunacy.
Well, that could be, but they took a change. The whole organization changed when they brought Mo on to be in charge, and that's just how I feel about it, and that's just what I think. Okay. And that's what I saw happening through the last 10 years that he's been there. And it's just a shame. I hope that the Cardinals get back to being the organization that they were, that everyone respected. Mm-hmm. I mean, they've made plenty of money on that team.
Well, that part's true. Yeah, that's
they
true.
actually have about $50 million into a team that's worth a couple billion. So they've made a lot of money.
Yeah, they have, and won a lot of games, won some world championships.
Yes, but that stopped after Tony.
Okay.
That stopped after Tony.
But I mean, they did go.
No, that stopped after Tony.
Never mind, Tim.
Okay.
The dismantling of the organization came into effect. It had nothing to do with the managers. It had all to do with the new philosophy and to see how much money we could make. That's what it had to do with. And unless you build a good organization and keep it going, unfortunately, you're not going to have the right people in place to have a good organization and to play ball the way baseball was meant to be played.
Can you elaborate on that?
No.
Okay.
Hang in there. All right, hey, Janet, thank you so much for the call. I enjoyed the dialogue.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you, Janet. There she is. Janet now sideways with Martin and also Mario in Chicago.
I can tell you with 100% certainty, John Mazak was hired, promoted, supported, and retained thanks to the old fella, we'll call him, moving forward, with all due respect, Bill DeWitt Jr. calling the shots. I think the frustration that's fair is they've been overly pragmatic. They've made a lot of money. You'd like to see them not be stupid about it, but not be cheap at times and spend it at times. But they've also wasted tons of money. There's no other industry where you can spend $80 million on a Mike Leake or a Dexter Fowler, and you walk in like a month or 2 years later and say, "Well, sorry about that. That was $80 million." There's no comp for that in the business world.
Where the rest of the people working for the organization behind the scenes are scrambling probably to try to get a $1,000 raise every year.
And you're like, well, $80 million guy didn't work out. Who should we sign this year? It is frustrating, but I do think every once in a while we have to keep the facts in place.
Yeah. You're welcome to give your thoughts as well. 314-974-0101. Jackson, you're giggling like a schoolgirl.
So I seldom am on the text line as much as I am in the first week of every month to change names. And the text line is, if there was ever a doubt on the viability of the texters of this program, they didn't leave a shred of doubt after that call.
Yep.
I would like to share just one that I found to be quite funny.
I wanted to read them too, but they're so phenomenal.
I know.
And by phenomenal, I mean, I think...
You're trying to be polite.
No, actually, no.
What was I thinking? God, what a terrible take. Tim being polite. I regret that.
That is absolutely not what's going on in the text inbox.
I just really liked Mitch Cumstein saying, if she's single, I'd like to go to the malt shop with her.
Yeah.
I like a malt shop.
Bachelor baseball.
These
are our callers.
We could have our... and they're just mad at us for opening up the phone lines. You're welcome to express your anger. 314-399-9646. That's how you can do it. Or you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. Hey, listen, everybody's even with Buck Swope right now. Everybody's even with the JV golf coach. You're even with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Imagine being in first place just for that one day. You can tell your friends and family you're leading the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today and what that would mean to your friends and family. Doug?
I'm not sure how much it would mean to them, but I'm sure we'll look into it. We'll study it. We'll research it. And it will mean something to someone at some point.
Doug, one texter said they're stabbing a pen in their ear. So I'm going to go to onboarding because I don't know what we do when the listener threatens to stab, but I feel like it's something we need to be ready for.
And you cover that in onboarding.
For sure. Heim, I'll be right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is coming up. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. And that's awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn. Chairman Curtin moves into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour when Martin onboards. Jackson Burkett is on the 1s and the 2s. And we welcome you to participate in the program by emailing in with that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Fast approaching in about 15 minutes. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Caller Janet expressed some hot takes. And Doug, you almost put on the hot take mittens, brought to you by EDF. Attention business owners, do you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered, and it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Got the email today coming up, BK and Ferrario at 10 o'clock, Fast Lane, and then the Blues and Red Wings pregame show at 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7 p.m. for Jimmy Snipes' debut as a St. Louis Blue. Blues are minus 175 tonight. If you like the Blues to make it 10 in a row. Some Cardinal breaking news.
Oh, no.
How about this?
What?
Lance Lynn. He's done. He's hanging it up.
Well, didn't we know that already?
He's officially retiring.
Okay.
You knew that?
No one signed him.
I thought he was with the Cubs.
He's on. Is that true?
I thought he had signed with the Cubs. Maybe I misread that, but prior to today.
Huh. He's on his podcast announcing that he's retiring. So if he was with the Cubs, then that's a development. He says, I am done pitching. He's on a podcast with his wife. And this was just posted 3 hours ago. There is audio of it, Jackson. It just got posted. I know that you cannot pull that this quickly, but he has decided to shut it down. I think he went into the offseason, maybe knowing he wasn't going to be a Cardinal, but I think he thought he was going to pitch. Kyle Gibson went back to Baltimore, but Lance Lynn is done. Famous for the 2011 World Series and the phone call to the bullpen in which he appeared at the mound and surprised Tony LaRussa.
Tony was trying to get someone else, but they were in the restroom at the time. Wasn't that what happened?
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
Oh. Well, he had a darn good career. Pitched a long time. Long time. Made a lot of money. Good for him. He's now, how old? He's born in 87, 37 years old. Yeah, a lot of guys would like to play until they're 37 years old.
Yeah, indeed. And what do you think he made, Doug? Do you know it? Do you have it in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me. No, I would guess he probably made, I'll say, $100 million.
I'm going to go over by a good amount. I'm going to go 150.
I'm going to go 124.
Okay.
Spotrac is the best place to find this?
I don't think it's available anywhere.
I'm going to go home and I'm going to call Lance Lynn.
Okay. And
then I'll come back tomorrow and then I'll let you know. And what do you want to know what he has like in his chechecking account?
Well, it's
probably
not the best way to.
His career earnings, 110.
Yep.
110.
Okay. So I overbid and that means Doug wins again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, damn it. 6 teams. He played for 6 different ball clubs.
Name them.
I have it in front of me, so it wouldn't be fair.
Name them.
I think Doug could get 5 of the 6.
Cardinals.
Yes.
Nice.
He pitched for the Cardinals. That is for sure.
No doubt.
And he pitched for a bunch of other clubs too. I believe he pitched for the Dodgers.
Yes, I didn't think you'd get that one.
Okay. And what other teams did he pitch for? He pitched. I know he pitched. The one thing Lance Lynn did was pitch. White Sox?
Yes.
Okay.
This is your time.
2 more, 3 more.
The question again was, who did Lance Lynn pitch for?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you've named 3 of the teams,
Okay.
so I feel like you would know.
Yeah.
AL West, AL Central, AL East.
Baltimore?
No.
Can I have initials, please?
NY.
He pitched for New York?
Yeah, New
okay,
York.
pitched for New York.
Yep.
Okay, and what would the other initial be?
MT.
MT for Middletown Tech. They don't have a team.
Middle Tennessee State.
Middle Tennessee?
Yeah. Who went there? Middle Tennessee State. Benny Cunningham.
Okay.
Right? Rams running back.
All right.
From those beautiful 2014, 2015 seasons.
Mm-hmm. So the Milwaukee Tours? MT.
We're waiting for a break.
Yeah, we
the
don't have
Minnesota
time for this
Twins
stuff.
and Texas Rangers.
Jackson's gotten tired of Doug's guessing
No,
game.
I could go on forever with that.
Okay.
Maybe Lynn is pulling an April Fool's joke would be on brand for sure. That's from Sharon and Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
I think so.
You think it's an April Fool's joke? Sharon thinks it might be.
I think he's just done.
All right, fair enough. Twins and Rangers, you dumbass
Okay,
dog.
sorry. I drew a blank on that. To me, he was a Cardinal through and through, and I didn't care who else he pitched for.
Hell yeah, brother.
Doug, can you tell us about the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today? Design Air is the sponsor.
If he was still in St. Louis, he'd be calling Seth Goldcamp if he had any kind of problems. I don't care if he pitched for the Rangers or who else. I guess you could call him if you lived in Texas. It would take a while for Seth to get down there, but he'd probably dispatch someone and dispatch them toot sweet, because that's what happens when you call Design Air. They get someone out to your house in a hurry. Try to keep it to the St. Louis area if you could. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth and his family have served over 10,000 customers now since 1904. You know what they are? They're the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on this show. They've made it so long in this business and in this town because they're known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call. They will never try to upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. This is a company you can trust with any kind of problem you might have with your furnace or your air conditioner. Their website is designairservice.com. That's Design Air with an E at the end of it. Designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email today. It's coming your way. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt slides in when Martin Kilcoyne goes and onboards in the 10 o'clock hour. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. That is how you can call James. He's been my insurance agent now for 6 years, and I recommend him to you as well. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. You can type his name in Google, and you see 415 five-star reviews. I promise you this. You call that phone number right now, somebody in Webster Groves at his office is going to pick it up, and there is a very good chance they can save you money. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. What is this Jon Scheyer audio that you have, Jackson?
What is this?
The head coach of Duke?
Oh, it's just him talking about his Blue Devils' resilience.
Just right out of the blue? That's what we're going to go
It's
to?
in the dossier, and I'm like, I want to see what he's got.
I
thought there might be something juicy. If it's not juicy...
It's not really that juicy. I just thought
There's only 5 audio clips today, and I thought, there must be something doing here.
I thought that it would bolster a college basketball segment, but I think it was good enough already.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So you don't want us to go to it now?
If you guys want to hear it.
Well, how long is it?
Let's hear it at this.
Well, for heaven's sakes, we have to hear it now.
As a player and a coach, how does every single round, does it amp up the intensity, and how do you find a way to keep your team kind of focused and dialed and not make too big of a deal of the whole situation?
I think for me, AJ, the biggest thing for our guys, fact is we play 5 freshmen, in our rotation, and all 5 of them in high school, they could have probably played at 50, 60% and still been by far the best player. And so from day one, for me, it's been about setting an expectation of understanding what the standard is, but then also preparing to be at your best when your best is required. And that's what the tournament is all about. It's not best out of 5. It's not best out of 7. You get one game. And so the fact that we were able to bring in really competitive dudes who play the right way and let you coach them, I think we've been able to create an environment on our team where they're not afraid of the moment. They're not afraid of the spotlight. And they've set a standard for themselves with how hard they play all the time. And that's what I hope you guys see when you watch us, how together we are, but most importantly, how hard we play. And I think for a young group to have that is a big-time thing.
Okay.
That was from the Pat McAfee show.
It is pretty amazing they played as well as they have with so many young players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you look at some of the other 1 seeds.
Yeah.
More
and some
maturity.
teams have guys who are 24, 25 years old.
For sure. Auburn comes to mind. I mean, they're loaded with guys in their mid-20s, early 20s.
Yeah. Who asked for this? That's from Bobby Big Wheel.
I don't know.
Who asked for it? Well, originally, I guess
you
I asked
insistent
for it
that we use it. You've been saying all day during the breaks. When are we going to get to the
10:45? We got to get to the Scheyer sound.
Okay, there it is.
It's tough.
We play. You decide.
Listen, I didn't think.
Report.
Yeah, but again, trying to bolster a possible college basketball segment.
Just a nice, comfortable little soundbite.
Yeah, I like Jon Scheyer a lot. I think he's got something to prove. I can be the man in Durham.
That's what he's proving?
I'm trying to, I guess.
Jackson just got caught submitting nonsense in for his homework assignment, thinking the teacher wouldn't read it. That's some caller buzz.
No, that happened a lot. Take notes on this chapter, and I would write some BS.
So the theory that caller buzz, and he won the June 2020.
I don't know the years, Tim.
2023 listener of the month. Is that you were uncomfortable with the amount of sound on the dossier, and so you just submitted garbage to try to fill it out?
No, I bookmarked that yesterday. I saw that pop up yesterday, and I bookmarked it for audio. But yeah, I mean, I like to have some stuff. I don't know, man.
They got him. They landed the uppercut.
I had some Marmol sound, but they're
We played it.
I know, and not much happened in the world of sport last night. No. Blues didn't play. Cardinals played.
But the Flames come back.
Calgary?
That's right.
Come on.
That's out of the question for being part of the show?
Well, like what? Like goal calls? You
nice
guys
little comeback by the Flames. Sure.
Good on them.
Oh, God.
I'm worried about the note.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they impact the note.
The note impact the note, Tim. I think we all know that.
Wow, how about that? Well, you ought to speak to the boys before they take the ice against that wingy tonight.
I don't want to take Jobu's spot. He seems to be having the hot hand.
Hey, Al
be the simp.
Yo.
Go home and spoon your Frank Haith body pillow and try harder tomorrow. Some big tough. Gosh, all this over one soundbite.
More or less what's going to happen. I mean, yeah, I'm going to finish my work and maybe go home and maybe I will have a body pillow.
Frank Haith body pillow?
Wouldn't you go with someone taller if you were to get a body pillow of a basketball? But yeah,
Kim Anderson.
like 6'10",
Wouldn't even fit
Hanzo.
on the bed.
Hey, you diagonal it up.
Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2025 season. Already a game in. And Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of Lee's famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges, and 2 dipping sauces. What I like to do, I like to get that Chipotle ranch, take a little of that. I dip the chicken in there. Chicken's outstanding. And then I take that potato wedge that I love, and I know people out there are loving those potato wedges. Put it right in the Chipotle ranch. It's outstanding. And on top of that, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets, which means tickets are starting at just $14. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. And remember that caw is the law. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Detroit Red Wings. You can catch it right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m., right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Time for the Design Air Heating Cooling Email of the Day. Ow! Hey, guys. Stephen Ballpark Village's call on Friday was a modern work of art, and I've had just about enough of Sharon from Spanish Lake. I thought it was Sanibel and Maui and Clayton. Michigan in certain months.
Top vacation spots in the country.
Her holier-than-thou texts about us legacy perverts may appeal to the olds who listen to this show as they doze off for their mid-morning naps, but they don't absolve you from your lukewarm Cardinal takes like today's quote, the attendance isn't down because of the cold weather. It's down because of crime and a bad team. Groundbreaking stuff there, Sharon. Thanks. Gone are the days of radio listener wars, the days where we used to spend an hour-long segment arguing if people from Webster Groves or Cotterville were more poor. It's Cotterville, by the way. So go back to selling your timeshares in Branson because us legacy perverts aren't going anywhere. Long live the goated callers, Caller Adam, Steve in Ballpark Village, and Mr. Licks, Dogtown Tie. Doug, do you consider Caller Adam to be the goat?
No, I don't. No, he's vile. Extremely vile. Not the goat.
This was sent to my personal email, the Hubbard. I guess you can do this via the app. And it's from Tim's Turkish Hair Implant.
You haven't had a Turkish hair implant.
I haven't. Not yet. Good morning, gentlemen. As I sit here in my lifeless beige cubicle, I am pondering upon my life. Pondering as to why I created a burner email 2 hours ago to share my thoughts to a morning talk show. Regularly lets an older, pesty gentleman from Festus call in to give sports takes and relationship advice to Jackson. And occasionally plays sassy Cassie drops that Doug can't control himself laughing. I would like to mention it only took 8 months of listening to Balloon Party /TMA for me to finally warm up to Jackson. I've noticed a subtle decline in NBA updates. Is there a subtle decline in NBA updates?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pick and choose my spots.
Okay. Subtle decline in NBA updates, and we all appreciate that. Then I turned on YouTube and was instantly blinded by what looked like a glowing ball placed on top of that pretentious Hamptons crew neck. Go get some sun! On the other hand, I will not let this diminish this gorgeous spring day where you can see life every time when Tim talks. Doug smiles talking about malt shops, and your St. Louis Blues are charging into the playoff race with the mystical, mysterious Jobu, our new king. Doug, do you consider Jobu to be our new king?
No, I don't.
Finally, Doug, can you please remind me of the 1984 Academy Awards winner of Best Supporting Actor who starred in Terms of Endearment? I'm drawing a blank. Enjoy the rest of your day till Kyle Hendricks shows up at Busch Stadium today at 6:45 Central Time in front of a crowd of 4,000 fans in attendance, and, of course, Janet criticizing from home. Best regards, that's Tim's Turkish Hair Implant. Tim's Turkish Hair Implant, if you can't, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. So the emails are, I just happened to see my personal email.
Tim's Turkish Hair Transplant. He's new.
Guys, if you don't help Bachelor Baseball Roger hook up with caller Janet, then a true miscarriage of justice has occurred. Those two belong together like peanut butter and mayonnaise. I really like the fact that I had to hear Janet's phone call twice because she refused to turn off her radio, creating an echo of all 5 of your voices simultaneously rattling around. Janet's gripe that Busch Stadium is not handicap friendly because there are too many elevators is peak BFib. You literally cannot make this stuff up. I really felt like I was sitting at Thanksgiving dinner with my own disgruntled elderly aunt who expects the Redbirds to win the World Series every single year. There's just something about old ladies that makes them go bonkers for Cardinal baseball. Might be because they witnessed Gibby, Ozzie, Stan, Lou, and Albert on their way to the Hall of Fame, and now they're forced to watch the new catcher turned left fielder turned DH turned first baseman eat tape while going hitless on the season. Now that I think of it that way, I'm tired of it too. On behalf of your entire audience, we demand that Janet be named April's Listener of the Month. Hell, I'll even say this. Call her Janet for mayor. From the JV golf coach. You think she would be interested in running for mayor?
Might be. JV golf coach.
That's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
I'll go for JV golf coach. I would support Janet for mayor.
Dogtown Tie.
I like JV golf coach.
JV golf coach has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and he's off to a dangerous start.
Yes, he is.
In the month of April. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for Member Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.